much they should be following the YouTube channel.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Like it's Mary Harris going to the girls looking at stuff. Oh, yeah, think about me down. Like, yeah, that's just a little bit.
You feeling better?
Yeah, but that's fine.
Good.
No, you should. I was hoping this would happen here. I just couldn't check it out.
Yes, definitely. It's always good to have a lady, right?
Yep.
So we don't want to cut behind you guys.
Makes sense. So just call him like that. He's looking at You're here in John's house.
Sounds right. I need to get there too. Get my back adjusted.
You guys here for the social studies presentation? Yeah, you are? Okay, Mr. Okay, Dr. Dunlap.
That video is a link.
Thank you
that,
guys
so
for
I made
coming.
sure
I appreciate it.
Okay, that's what came up. But when they come to it, you'll see that it comes through. What's that college?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting for today, January 10th, 2023. The first action item is approval of the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes. I see that we have a presentation. We're getting our ducks in a row. I see we have a presentation coming, and it's with RBC Capital Markets. Welcome, gentlemen. Come on up.
It's the PDFs.
That's the people.
From you guys can have a seat there. There's a mic on the table. However, it'll be more comfortable for you. The presentation will be up here behind us. So for members of the board, members of the community, with us tonight from RBC Capital Markets is Michael Lillies, Brian Bradley, and Dan O'Brien. We're going to be doing a presentation on the impact of different money options moving forward to fund master facility project recommendation, which there will be a presentation later this evening during the Operations Committee with an update of where the Master Facilities Task Force is at this point in time. It is important for the community and members of the audience here tonight to know that our school board has a difficult but much needed decision that has to be made. This is the first discussion that we are having on the impact on taxpayers of new money options and the impact that that has on being able to fund whatever projects come out of the Master Facilities Task Force. I don't have to say and share too much that most people in our community know the state of our buildings. And they are operating on shoestrings, from HVAC units, to heater coils, to roofs, to classrooms, outdated cafeterias, some schools that are outdated that were built in the 30s, that were built before technology was even in mind. We need to be able to do something. And to our board, I know tonight there won't be an answer, but I charge that the board come away with some sort of dollar metric or range for the Master Facilities Task Force to operate within. Right now, there are a number of different options that are coming forward. Options that were discussed for about a year and a half, and then new options that the Master Facilities Task Force is bringing forward. Regardless of what those options are, we need to be able to fund those. We also need to be mindful with our community, and our community also needs to understand that whatever is borrowed to improve our facilities, we must also take into account the future tax that needs to be leveled to be able to balance our budget and pay against our debt service. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Michael and his team to go ahead and share with us this presentation. Again, members of the community will be able to see this on Zoom and behind us on the screen. For you board members, you were given a hard copy packet for you to follow up here on in front of your desk here tonight. Michael?
Hello. Sure, it's on. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us here tonight to talk to you. As your superintendent mentioned, we modeled up 3 different, what we call them financing plans for 3 different project options. But before we get right into that, if you could flip to page 7, and that's it's actually the last page of a few pages of graphs and market information, which if you had the interest, be happy to look at them later. But I thought this one page was probably might be the most helpful. And so if you see on the left side that the graph on the left, what that's showing, it's tracking interest rates for different maturities since 2009, basically right after the financial crisis happened. And I think the main message here we want to show is you can see that rates were kind of on a downward path. They would go up and go down, then go up and go down. And then when you got to, I guess in January, a little after January 2021, you can see the rates start going up dramatically. And actually they're starting to come down a little bit more recently. If you would go to the box at the right, that's a snapshot of rates since January of 2021. And what I wanted to, well, as you all know, the Fed has been increasing rates because of inflation, and which, obviously inflation is not a good thing. But what it looks like what's happening now is the Fed raising their short-term rates is causing longer-term rates to come back down. If you look at that box on the right, you can see in the last few months, longer-term rates are headed down. And basically, what appears to be happening here is the market's starting to recognize that inflation may be dropping a little bit on a downward trend, which is good for districts like yourself that may be looking at doing some long-term borrowing. So things look a little more hopeful now in terms of longer-term rates. And I guess with that, I'm going to move you over to page, what is it? Yeah, in section 2, and I'm going to hand this off to Brian in a second, but what we're going to show you here is that this is a description of project option A1. And we also are, and you're going to see after this, what the estimated impact is to the average taxpayer with the financing to pay for this particular project option. And we'll see the same thing for the other 2 project options. There's 3 of them, option A1, option A2, and then option B. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian.
Brian, before we start, just for the public to understand, just a little backup information, and you'll hear this again, not as much detail during operations from me. You'll hear from the team speaking about the master facilities update. But starting in 2021, there was a group of board members, district administrators, some teachers that got together to take a look at from 2021 to the spring of 2022. In essence, a number of different options. Those options came from a feasibility study that was conducted by architects hired by the district, the Schrader Group, and ICS. From that, there were 9 options. Those 9 options were presented to the board and the community in July of 2022 at an operations committee meeting. From that team has selected 3 options to take a look at to give the Master Facility Task Force a starting point. They have done that. What you're looking at here tonight with these options that Michael was bringing up, they are the 3 options, A1, A2, and A3. And the finances are set to be able to take a look at how you can fund those particular projects within those options. So I just want to make that point of clarity as Brian goes in and starts to take a look at option A1. Brian? Thank you.
Thank you. Just going back to the first section. If you have any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer them. That's more there for informational purposes. A lot of it is interest rate forecasting, and quite frankly, it's not worth the paper it's printed on. Those people don't know where rates are going, neither do any of us. So in those regards, my section 2 is comprised of really 2 fundamental things. It's the estimates on the 3 options. It was A1, A2, and option B. Those amounts were provided by ICS Schrader. The other thing we did in these options as we go through them, there's no cushion with respect to interest rates. Some of these projects are long-term projects that have potential bond issues in 2026. So I don't know what rates are going to be in 2026. The only way to make an informed decision is to use the same interest rates for all scenarios under all drawdowns. That way you can see what the true cost is. There's no cushion in these interest rates. They're based on current market interest rates available today. Rates could be lower or higher in 2026. But again, the only way to weigh these options and the impact on the taxpayer is to look at them on an apples-to-apples basis with the same interest rates. So with that, I'll start on page 9. Thank you. Page 9, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on. This is a recapitulation of the district's outstanding debt. There are some challenges within the debt. Pretty heavy upfront till 2031, and there's some opportunities. The debt is nearly cut in half in 2032 and thereafter. And that's where we're filling in a lot of where this new money impact is going to be. And with respect to that impact, we'll go into the first option, which is option A1, at an estimated amount of about $140 million. I'm on page 10, if you just want to. And this is provided by ICS Schrader. I just included this in here for your reference. It should look very familiar. It's not sourced from RBC. But this option A1 and my estimated bond issues is derived from this estimate from Schrader and those potential drawdowns which span about 7 years. So the part you care about, page 11. So option A1, 140 million. We looked at it over 3 type of structural alternatives based on discussions with the board, obviously. We looked at a 30-year amortization, where we amortize the debt over 30 years. We looked at it over a 20-year amortization, where we amortize that $140 million project over 20 years. And then instead of doing multiple bond issues, with multiple bond issues, you're incurring frequent issuance costs. We scaled those down and reduced, instead of 4 borrowings, into 2 larger borrowings to save on issuance costs. So the first option, which is under the 30-year banner there, we amortize $140 million over 30 years, and the impact is approximately $25 to $26 for a median taxpayer on an annual basis. So for an aggregate increase over 7 years, the impact is $183 in total increase in taxpayer impact, which works out to about $25 to $26 per year on that 30-year amortization starting in fiscal year 2026. So there'll be no impact in 24, no impact in 25, and then annually in 26 through 32, there'll be about a $25 to $26 impact to the median taxpayer under the 30-year scenario.
By the way, if you look in that column, Ryan was mentioning the estimated impact or increase each year. That's reflective of 4 bond issues. If you look below there, you can see, look at the title, there's deposit amount. So those show you.
Excuse me a second. Can I ask you to use the microphone so that
Sorry about that.
can hear you? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, I was just adding something Brian mentioned. If you look below the figures that Brian was just reviewing with you, they're reflective of 4 different bond issues. And you can see below there a header that says deposit amount. And you can see that there's an issue in 2023, 24, 25, and 26. Each of those issues has the 30-year amortization. And those are the proceeds that you get once you pay all the issuance costs for each issue.
Thank you, Michael. And really, I chose those drawdown amounts based on the information by ICS Schrader because per tax law, you have to reasonably expect to spend those proceeds in a 3-year window. So I tried to break it up by a 3-year window. The 20-year option, not surprising, the impact is a lot greater, 0 in 24, 0 in 25, and then about $48 per year. We very, very rarely see a school district do such a short amortization. It's very atypical. Most school districts, these are long, useful life projects. We typically see a 30-year financing with a project scope of this size. Again, these projects that you're talking about have long, useful lives. The benefit of doing it shorter, though, is that you're going to pay less interest over the life of it, but the cost is that in the near term, it's going to be a greater impact from a taxpayer perspective. So it has pluses and minuses by doing a shorter amortization. Again, shorter interest over the life of it, but a greater impact from a budgetary perspective in the near term. The third option was just the larger issues, and you'll find in all these scenarios, those larger issues will closely mirror the 30-year. That larger issue, I was able to shave, instead of doing a hard and fast 30-year amortization, those are more in the 28 and 29 year. So you'll see it's a little less aggressive. I did what's called a tight wrap in those scenarios, having equal annual debt service in 2032 through final maturity. So you'll see that'll be pretty much on par with the 30-year, won't be materially different. Page 12 is option A2. and that's the $156 million, let's just call it $500,000 scenario. All these scenarios and all these pages we've tried to put together on a uniform basis, so they're easily digestible. Again, we ran through the same type of scenarios, a 30-year amortization, a 20-year amortization, and the larger issues. So if you recall, the $146 million scenario, it was about a $25, $26 impact on the 30-year amortization. With the larger size financing at $156 million, you're looking at an impact of roughly $32 on an annual basis, starting in 2026 through 2032, for a total impact on the median taxpayer, $122,000 assessed valuation of $222 is the aggregate. Similar to, and these are going to carry through, the 20-year scenario. Again, it's shorter. It's going to be more costly in the near term, but the benefit is you save a considerable amount of interest over the life of the bond issue. So the 20-year on option A2, you're looking at about $56 on an annual basis for the median taxpayer in 26 through 32. And then again, marrying to our earlier conversation, the larger issue is just going to mimic really what my 30-year is, and you can see it's about $28, $29. It's slightly less. Option B, which is on page 14. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the $161 million, let's call it $162 million option provided by Schrader. And then if you could just flip to page 15. This is the impact of that option. It's going to be very, very similar. It's only $5 million more than option A1. So it's going to look very similar to option A1, and your impact is about $33 to $34 on an annual basis. On a 30-year, it's $60 on an annual basis for a shorter 20-year amortization. And with the larger issue, again, it's on par with the 30-year amortization. I know that's a lot of information. I know you've seen a lot of these slides previously as we've had these discussions and we've run analysis, but I'd be more than happy to answer, any of us would be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
So for the public, Dr. Dunlap, in the operations, they're going to be talking more about the three options, because the slides went pretty quick.
So we're going to give an update as to the work that they've done so far, and taking a look at the three options that we started with. I'll tell you that there are other options that the task force is looking at. Regardless of whatever those options are that the task force brings as a final recommendation to the board, we're still going to have to finance these projects. And those projects should fall within the ranges that you're looking at here of what the borrows are for the specific projects that the task force will recommend.
So when we have the larger issues column on the right, that's kind of like staging the projects, right? The money comes in, we stage the projects, and then another part of the money comes in and we're staging some more projects.
Basically, when you're looking at the column on the right,
Okay.
the idea behind that is, and you'll see also in the policy committee tonight, we reviewed our fund balance policy and made some adjustments to that because this will be the first year in a long time that the school district will have a positive fund balance. But the second piece of that too is a policy that we didn't have, which is an investment policy. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the policy committee, but there's an opportunity that if the board decides to borrow a large amount of money to properly invest that money for some sort of a yield or return on that money and be able to fund these projects as well. So we'll talk about that, but that's what you're looking at with a larger borrow, is the idea of being able to get it all at once for all the projects that you're looking to do, and then being able to invest that money.
Thank you.
And
I should say, some of that money. There are very strict regulations in investing money. But that's why we created that policy, so that we would be able to follow
issuance costs. And since you get those monies up front, you're able to invest those monies and earn some interest over time. None of my scenarios assume you earn any money on the interest earnings. I didn't want to skew any of the analysis. Just to also clarify, this is my impact that I went over here on pages 11, 13, and 15 for each of the scenarios, not of them in aggregate. This just reflects the debt service costs on the financing of these project sizes.
Let me ask a quick question. How recent is the median real estate assessment? 1.28. Okay, so help me understand then. If I have a home that's worth 3 times that, then the taxes are going to go up 3 times what you have listed, correct? I don't know. I find it hard to believe that the median tax is fine. Real estate is 122. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't grab anybody else, but it grabs me.
What's our timeline on this?
Well, you're going to be getting an update tonight. You're going to get an update, a couple more updates as the spring goes through, and then you're going to get a recommendation. But what everyone needs to understand is there's got to be some sort of dollar metric that the task force is given to work with. You have 68 different people from throughout our entire community. And I'll mention this now, that is doing an incredible amount of work, giving up a lot of time, coming to meetings, sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times a month, to be able to prepare for the board and the public options to be able to work through these buildings. As I said, these buildings are literally falling down around us, and we have to do something. And this committee needs some sort of guidance or a number to work with, because if not, we're just working with pie in the sky on these options that either they are coming up with or options that we have already taken a look to say, this is the direction we want to go. In simple terms, if you give them a dollar number and say, this is what we have to work with, and this is what we can live with, then it'll allow that committee to continue forward. But you know, that Master Facilities Task Force, as I said, is 68 members involving architects, communicators, administrators on assignment, school board members, district administrators, technology, elementary and secondary administrators, elementary and secondary teachers, counselors, representatives from our Teamsters Union, representatives from our teachers union, representatives from our federation, community members. Of that community member, there's about 7 different community groups that are represented on this task force. We also have 3 parents from each region, PTO reps from our buildings that are all taking a look at this, spending a lot of quality time trying to come up with some ideas to bring forth to the board and the community on what to do with our schools, not just in the immediate future, but it's going to impact this district over the next 40 years. And so there has to be a number that they need to be able to work with to say, okay, this is what the board is willing to live with, so that that recommendation can be made, so they can move forward and come back and say, okay, this is what we can spend that money on. These are the recommendations we're going to be able to bring forward.
Mr. Superintendent, one of the small things I was looking at is you asked us to give them a number, and each year charter schools, we got our budget completely up, which puts us on a narrow path. So how would we be able to give them a real solid number, not knowing what we're going to suffer just through have an influx of people coming in here, signing in, and then going to charter schools, and that's being taken away from our budget. So I'm just wondering, you have any suggestions?
I made a suggestion. The suggestion that I made is as we go through this process, this is a very difficult decision, but it's something you have to make. And if you don't, you're not going to have buildings to educate students. It's that simple.
And if we don't stop these charter schools, we're not going to have
And
students.
that's part of the plan. That's part of your overall plan through your comprehensive plan to change that. And you started that process. You're starting to make some big changes. It's not going to flip overnight, but you're starting to make some quality foundational changes to your entire program in the district. From academics, to behavior, to supports. Every year you've increased those things over the last 3 years.
Sorry. I don't have any questions as it relates to the financing. I think my questions are probably better suited for the master facilities presentation. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, the outline of financial spendings that you guys provided. I mean, the outline of the financial commitment, the appropriation of interest, the impact on taxpayers are what it is, regardless of what, I mean, the only thing that changes, the only variable is what dollar amount we approve. Right? You approve $100 million, that number changes. Right? You approve $50 million, that number changes. But I think for me personally, Dr. Donovan, my questions are probably more suited to the master facilities plan. I think this, to me, at least from my understanding, is pretty self-explanatory. So.
Sorry about that. Are you finished?
I'll translate.
All right, thank you.
He's good on the numbers. His questions are related, or when the master's facility plan.
No, I just, the community couldn't hear well.
Yeah, that's why I figured I'd translate.
Thanks.
So, Dr. Dunlap, is the ask to give a number now?
No.
Okay.
No, tonight is the first discussion. You're going to hear an update of the work that the task force has done to date and what they're going to be working on going into the future. But as we go through our budget process, we'll have a budget presentation here in a few minutes. At some point in time, a month or so from now, we're going to have to start to fine tune this as to the direction we're going to go to be able to give that task force some direction on in relation to the recommendations we're going to be making of what they're able to do.
Okay. I thought that was, but I just...
Yeah, no, I'm not looking for a number tonight.
Got it.
This is the very first discussion that we've ever had on this. And this is, it is a very difficult decision. But it's one that there needs to be a decision made to be able to continue to educate students in the coastal area school district in facilities that we can do that in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. And just as options change, if you do want to see new numbers and new analysis, by all means, just reach out.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
thank you. So I will tell you that there are going to be some options that Trader Group's taking a look at right now. And after tonight, we'll be in contact the next day or two to take a look at those options so that we can structure that for the task force so that they can continue their work. All right, thank you.
Moving on, we have a second presentation on the 2023-2024 school district budget update. Dr. Dunlap,
Start with number 2.
Yeah, so good evening, school board members and community members. We want to give you a very brief update on our budget for the 23-24 school year. As previously, go to the next slide, please. As previously shared, we're using this roadmap again this year for developing our budget for the 23-24 school year. Step 1 is to project the number of students. The step was completed and shared at our committee meeting in November. This step allows us to establish basic information on the anticipated level of operations within the district. Step 2 is to determine personnel requirements. We're looking to complete this step by the end of February. The estimate of our expenditures. While we are working on developing our estimated expenditures based on what we know and what we are anticipating from contract escalations, increased costs in healthcare, utilities, insurance premiums, debt service, etc. Over the next few weeks, we will be meeting with our principals and department heads to review their individual building budgets, which will also be incorporated into our estimated expenditures. We'll continue this process until the final budget adoption takes place in June. Our estimated revenues is what we're going to be taking a look at in step 4. We're also working on developing those estimated revenues from local sources, state sources, and our federal funding as well. This will also continue until the final budget is adopted in June. And then step 5 is balancing the budget, and this is the final step in our roadmap.
Excuse me, Dr. Dillette.
Yes.
For our tech folks, can we confirm that the presentation is being shown on Zoom? Because I'm not seeing it on.
It's not Zoom.
No.
There we go.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Dr. Dillette.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I realized it wasn't being shown. Okay. Can you go to slide 3, please? Thank you. So as previously mentioned, we are looking to have this step completed by the end of February. We'll be meeting with principals and administrators to make sure we have the proper staffing in place to meet the instructional and operational needs of the district based on our table of organization. As everyone knows, all school districts are having a very difficult time finding staff to fill their table of organization. But we will base that table of organization on our student needs and our student enrollment. We'll be looking at all areas, as you see here, which includes our instructional staff, instructional support staff, school level administrative staff, clerical, custodial, and food service staff, and our district level administration, supervisory, and clerical staff. Ms. Diefendorfer.
Thank you, Dr. Dunlap. As Dr. Dunlap had mentioned, the third step in the developing of our budget is to estimate our expenditures. As we work through this step, we will be looking closely at our salaries and benefits, purchase services, which includes professional and technical services such as the IU, our substitute teacher services, technology, and legal. This area also includes property services such as our contracted custodial services, snow removal, lawn care services, basically any services to operate and repair and maintain our property owned by the district, which is actually services performed by persons other than our district. And finally, this area also includes our purchase services, which will be transportation, general insurance costs, charter school tuition, our approved private schools, and GoTech as well. Also included will be looking at our supplies, our property, any expenditures related to improvements of the grounds, replacement of equipment, etc. Other objects include dues and fees, claims and judgments, and interest from our debt service. And other uses of funds will be the debt service principal. Next slide, please. Looking closer at the categories previously mentioned, here are very high-level preliminary expense projections for 23-24. Salaries are projected at approximately $42.9 million. Benefits are projected at approximately $28.9 million. Purchase services are projected at approximately $108.3. Again, that includes our IU-related services, transportation, charter schools, and approved private schools. Supplies are projected at approximately $6.1 million. Property-related expenses are projected at approximately $3.5 million. Other objects are projected at $7.3. And other uses of funds, which is our debt service principal, is projected at $13.3 million. closer at these categories, this is again a very high level preliminary revenue projection for 23-24 based on our funding sources. We currently projected our local revenues to approximately $132.7 million, and this is based on our current millage rate, which is 41.219. State revenues is approximately $63 million, and federal revenues is approximately 9.1, for a total of $204.9 million. As it currently stands, between our preliminary numbers, we have a budget gap of about $5.6 million that we will need to close in order to balance our budget. Next slide, please. Over the next few months, we'll be working to balance our budget. We will share on a monthly basis where we are with both our projected revenues and expenses, and what that means for any potential tax increases or potential needs for cuts. Dr. Dunlap?
Thank you. So this is our current millage rate right now at 41.219. And as we know, based on the Act 1 adjusted index, it can possibly go up between 0% and 5.3%. As we continue to review our revenues and expenditures for the 23-24 school year, we still have to explore our options related to the master facilities plans. The board's going to need to make some tough decisions on any millage rate increases to support balancing our budget and future facilities planning. In layman's terms, what that means is that money that we borrow goes into our debt in the future, but we still have a balanced budget that we have to create each year. That will also have to be set when you look at what that budget will look like over time. There's going to have to be a threshold that the board's going to have to set to say, here's the level of where we are going to maintain our taxes in order to pay against the debt service. Next slide, please. So this budget timeline reflects some upcoming key dates. We are recommending that the board use the time frame that stays within the Act 1 index of 5.3%. The board would need to adopt a resolution at the next board meeting indicating that they will stay within the index for the 2023-2024 school year based on this recommendation. Any questions from board members?
Hopefully this mic works a little bit better. So Dr. Dunn, I do have one question, and it's based off the enrollment information from the Education Committee. However, since it ties into budget and budgetary costs, I remember receiving a presentation, I want to recall about 2 years ago, about a break-even number for our cyber program after we took it over from the IU. I noticed our enrollment is down 30 students versus last year to 212 versus 242. Can you remind me again, what is that break-even number where it doesn't cost us to run the program, but once we hit that number, it does?
Correct. I remember sending that to you a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't recall what it was.
Mr. Bly, I cannot remember what that number is off the top of my head without looking it up. Do you remember? 200,000? 200 students. What'd you say? 200 students. 200 students.
Okay, thank you.
So some of the students, I understand in cyber, are going back to the classroom, which means there'll be seats in there. Are we allowing more students to come in the January timeframe?
So there is a January enrollment.
A January enrollment.
Mid-year. I'm sorry, Mike. Thank you. There's a January enrollment that allows students to come in.
Okay, so the number will fluctuate a little bit. Thank you.
I forget when I sent that information out, I also had shared how many students had left, and I believe Mr. Bly, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there was 30 some students coming in into the program in January.
There were students that were registering for the second semester. I don't know if it's up to 30, but it was over 50.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're still registering. Thank you. Okay, move move on to agenda items now. A, financial statements. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the financial statements, bills payable list as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. B, 2023-2024 budget resolution. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the 2023-2024 budget resolution, option B, stay within the 5.3% Act 1 index for budget as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. C, Fairway Associates LP Parcel A Tax Assessment Appeal. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the stipulation for settlement regarding a tax assessment appeal involving Fairway Associates LP, owner of a property located at 11 Foothill Terrace, Cowan Township, as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. D, Fairway Associates LP, Parcel B, Tax Assessment Appeal. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the stipulation for settlement regarding a tax assessment appeal involving Fairway Associates LP, owner of a property located at 11 Foothill Terrace, Cowan Township, as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. E, First Montgomery Townhome Development Associates LP Tax Assessment Appeal. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the stipulation for settlement regarding a tax assessment appeal involving First Montgomery Townhome Development Associates LP, owner of a property located at 2nd Greenbrier Road, Cowan Township, as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. F, Harry O. McMullen Wrestling Award Scholarship Fund Agreement. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors accept the scholarship fund agreement from the estate of Harry O. McMullen. The purpose of the fund is to provide an annual award in the amount of $500 to a graduating senior who participated in the varsity wrestling program while attending Coatesville Area Senior High School as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Any comments, any questions?
It's just that this is a former teacher and wrestling coach, also I believe he was a football coach, who passed away. This is a beneficiary settlement agreement that this award will be given over time. And there's a lump sum of money, around $34,000, that is being donated towards this scholarship.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Let's call for the vote.
I have a question before we vote.
Sure.
Is this for somebody who participated on the high school wrestling team? Or is it somebody who participated in the, I know there's another Coatesville wrestling team that does, I think, recreational wrestling or something.
So this is for someone who has participated on the varsity wrestling, in the varsity wrestling program, as designated by the McMullen Foundation.
Okay, thank you.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. G, Chester County Intermediate Unit CCIU, Addendum Number 1 Agreement, Gordon School Lease. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the Addendum Number 1 Agreement with the Chester County Intermediate Unit, CCIU, which will allow the CCIU to temporarily connect the building security cameras to CCIU security software and services while they are leasing the space at Gordon School, located at 351 Kershey Street in Coatesville, as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Any questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And and yes. Item H, Burke 1 proposal for 2023 Act 80 comparison services. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the proposal and quote from Burke 1 to provide 2023 Act 80 comparison services for the school district at a cost of $931 plus postage as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Any questions, comments about this one? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. I, Life Touch Service Agreement North Brandywine. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the service agreement between Life Touch and North Brandywine Middle School for the school years 2023 through 2026. Programs to be provided include fall individuals and spring individuals as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Questions, comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. J, Life Touch Yearbook Sales Agreement, North Brandywine Middle School. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the yearbook sales agreement between Life Touch and North Brandywine Middle School in the estimated amount of $2,379.60 for the school year 2022 through 2023 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Comments, questions? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. K, Life Touch Service Agreement, Scott 6th Grade Center. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the service agreement between Life Touch and Scott 6th Grade Center for the school years 2023 through 2026. Programs to be provided include fall individuals and spring individuals as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Comments, questions? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. L, Life Touch Yearbook Sales Agreement, Scott 6th Grade Center. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the yearbook sales agreement between Life Touch and Scott 6th Grade Center in the estimated amount of $1,919 for the school years 2022 through 2023 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Yes. Motion.
Second. Questions, comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. M, Ohio Pile Prince quarterly royalty check. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors accept a quarterly royalty check from Ohio Pile Prince, Inc. In the amount of $345.65 based on the sale of spiritware sold at local retailers as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Questions, comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. And Shutterfly Life Touch School Studios NBMS Commissions check. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve a commission check from Shutterfly Life Touch School Studios for a total of $83.97 to North Brandywine Middle School for the fall individuals 2022-2023 program as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Questions, comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. O, Shutterfly Life Touch School Studios, CAIHS commission check. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve a commission check from Shutterfly Life Touch School Studios for a total of $2,500 to Coatesville Area Intermediate High School for the fall individuals 2022-2023 program as presented. Do I have a motion? Second. Questions, comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. And yes. I want to mention, before I get started, the next 9 items are all donations. We in the district are very, very grateful for donations of all kinds, from mittens and coats to donations towards the scholarship fund. So thank you all in advance. Subject P, Edward Michael Coley, donation to Damon Coley Scholarship Fund. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the 100 donation from Edward Michael Coley to support the Damon Coley Scholarship Fund as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes. Q, Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories, donation to support cash math and science programs. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the $100 donation from Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories to support cash math and science programs as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. Kia of Coatesville, donation of children's coats. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the donation from Kia of Coatesville of 200 children's coats in the amount of $3,000 for Callan Elementary School students as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. S, Kia of Coatesville, donation of children's hats and gloves. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the donation from Kia of Coatesville of children's hats and gloves in the amount of $350 for Callan Elementary School students as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. T. Allen McClellan, Lieutenant Colonel retired, AF Junior ROTC program donation. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the donation from Alan McCullen, Lieutenant Colonel retired, of $250 for the Air Force Junior ROTC as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. U, Brooke Geibel, student care cart donation. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the donation from Brooke Geibel for the Scott 6th Grade Center in the amount of $412.38 to help supply the student care cart as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. V, Youth Mentoring Partnership, Transportation Cost Donation. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the donation from the Youth Mentoring Partnership for the North Brandywine Middle School Steel and Safety Day in the amount of $232.99 for transportation costs as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. W, Domino's Pizza, donation for Connecting Coatesville event. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the food donation from Domino's Pizza in the amount of $300 for the Connecting Coatesville community event as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. X, Popeye Chicken, donation for Connecting Coatesville event. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the food donation from Popeye's Chicken in the amount of $400 for the Connecting Coatesville community event as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. So thank you to everybody. That just does my heart and everybody else up on this stage good to hear how generous our community is with our students and our schools. Thank you. Subject Y, Human Resources Report. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the resignations, appointments, new positions, leave of absence, transfers, change of status, and corrections as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. There are several informational items posted on board docs that are available in the interest of sharing information. One regarding legal fees, another regarding medical claims. And the third is the money spent for our ESSERs 2 and 3. Is there any old business? New business? Then we move on to public comment. Lori, Shannon, Dan.
new year. I'd like to know, I've asked about this before, and clearly this is one-way communication because no one seems to make any effort to communicate back to me, but that's okay. Beth Ellen Trapini, you all approved to pay her $8,890 for advertising. I think the public would like to know what exactly does that consist of. One of my concerns is the special education parent community training that I'm still not seeing any advertising for other than the district's Facebook page. This is a lot of money for advertising. I think she does great work, but I'm working with marginalized families with their IEPs, and there's a lot of struggles here. So again, I think this would benefit the community in knowing exactly what covers this $8,000.
Shannon Bailey, Lori, Beth Trapani has been hired by the school district since the fall of 2019 as a communications specialist, not just advertising. She helps produce documents, helps set up communications for the district. Without looking at that particular bill right there that you're referencing, I'm sure that bill was a bill over a period of time, not a weekly salary. I believe she's contracted X amount per month. There are some months where she does go above that, but that is all communications that she helps the entire district produce.
Thank you, Dr. Dunlap. I didn't make up the word advertising. It's listed in the finance, so that's just your information, not mine. I mean, your wording, not mine. I don't think I've seen it as high as $8,000, but thank you for that explanation. The other thing, congratulations on the fund balance being so high. I did hear you say this is the first time in a long, long time that we've had a positive fund balance. I'm probably thinking under Dr. Tashner. So what's the plan with all that money? Is this strictly going to benefit students? Would be nice to know what the board's plan is to do with that money.
We'll see what happens with that money as we go through the budget process.
Okay. All right. And I was pleased to see an ELA teacher remediation. Is at the high school level? I think that was at the high school level. Salary of $82,000. I think that's great. It's good that you're investing in teachers. And a special ed teacher at $65,000. I think those are very, very wise moves. And thank you very much.
Our next meeting will be Tuesday, February 14th, 2023. I adjourn Finance Committee at 7 p.m. I call to order the Education Committee for January 10th, 2023. First item of business is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. We have a presentation for education. The first one, there's two. The first one's on math. Ms. Mancinelli, please come up.
John, you pulling up for the public math presentation as well? Thank you. Now I'm looking on the screen. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Directors. I'm pleased to be here this evening to share with you some updated information about the curriculum work that's being completed so far this year. So I'm going to focus on three key areas tonight. First is the initial implementation of our math MTSS program, and that's in grades K through 7. Next, we have our secondary math core resource pilot and the selection process that we'll be working towards. And this will be for courses in grades 6 through Algebra 2. And then also I'm going to give you just a brief update on some of the things we're looking at as far as our elementary math core resources. So, we began this year, 22-23, a new math MTSS program. We've been very excited to bring that into the K through 7 buildings. So in K through 5, we have monthly data meetings. They are attended by myself, a CCIU consultant, the building principals, grade level teacher teams, including each team having an MTSS facilitator. We have a similar process in the 6 and 7 grades. I try to attend those meetings as well. And then we have a new math specialist this year, Ms. Karen Smith, and she attends the 6th and 7th grade meetings, along with a CCIU consultant, building principals, and then teacher teams. Optional attendees across any of these meetings are our guidance counselors, special ed teachers, EL teachers, and school psychologists. And so mainly, the data that we've been reviewing so far are the Acadian screeners, and so far we have the fall data for Acadians, as well as, that will be through grades K through 6. And then we have MAP data for grade 7. And again, we have fall data, and we are in the process of collecting all of this data right now in January. A second piece of data that we use in our meetings is the spring math intervention data, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about spring math as we move forward. And then IXL diagnostic data, and again, we can speak to that. So the great thing about this process is that along with the team and the support of the IU, our building teams they're building capacity in learning how to manage the data and work through the roles and responsibilities of a data team meeting. This is similar to what the ELA work that was done last year led by Cassandra. So this is the second year of the implementation of Acadian's Universal Screener in K through 6. We use this to identify which students are struggling, and then it helps us to determine the level of intensity of support that would be needed for a student. The screeners include early numeracy, and that's for K1, and then 2nd through 6th grade includes computational fluency and concepts and applications assessments. So the screening occurs in the fall, winter, and spring. As I said, we completed the fall. January is a big month for screening, so the screening is taking place right now. That's underway, and we'll be completing that at the end of this month. You lost that? You still have?
Yeah, sorry about that.
We all lost it. Okay, so now Acadians was in K through 6. We are in our 2nd year of implementation of the NWEA math assessment, and that's for grades 7 through 11. We're using MAP Growth 6, which measures achievement and growth. It focuses on the strands of mathematics, including the numbers and operations, algebraic concepts, geometry, and data analysis and probability. So again, there are 3 screenings during the year. We have completed the fall. We are again in the winter screening here in the 7th through 11th grade. And we are looking for additional training in the future to help teachers analyze the data and use that to support their instruction moving forward.
Next screen.
Okay, so this brings us to our intervention program. So in the spring, we piloted something called Spring Math. We had piloted that across 11 classrooms, targeting, at that time it was grades 2, 4, 5, and 6. Following the pilot, we determined that this would be a positive addition to our intervention programs, and so we purchased Spring Math for 3 years. We are implementing it in grades 1 through 7, and that started in the fall. So the initial implementation began in October with the teacher and administrator training taking place in September. Again, we completed a fall screening window. We are in the process of doing the winter screening right now. So one of the reasons we chose Spring Math as our intervention program is that it is paper and pencil. And I think a balance of paper and pencil work as well as online digital work is very important in mathematics. Based on the Canadian's data from last year, we also found that we were really struggling in computation and math fact fluency, and so we deemed it was likely that a class-wide intervention would be needed initially, and so that's what we're working on now. There's just an example here of some of the things. If you think about it, we're going grade 1 through 7, so there's very many concepts that might be covered across that span of ages. But whole number arithmetic, fractions, decimals, equations, proportions, order of operations, exponents, and systems of equations are just a few of the things, the skills that would be covered across the sequencing in Spring Math. Another important part of Spring Math is that it uses paired learning. So we have students working together in pairs. And the thought here is that it will build not only their mastery, but also their confidence in mathematics. We've been pleased to say we get a lot of positive feedback, especially from the elementary school teachers, about Spring Math. The students are competitive, and so they seem to like to monitor their own progress. I think some are coming home and sharing with parents maybe how well they're doing as their scores increase. And we're thinking about how we might extend this intervention into possibly working with our special education teachers as well. As we said, after speaking with teachers, we talk about this in our data meetings, and they are reporting that the computational fluency is improving. It's a very data-based system. Each teacher has a dashboard and can see, they enter scores weekly for their students, and they can see how the students grow through time. When the median mastery score is achieved for a particular skill, then the class can move on to the next skill in the sequence. Principals also have access to that dashboard, so they can also track not only the individual student growth, but the class growth as well. Teachers often show the graphs to their students, and there's many things that are built in to support the motivation. There's sort of a class-wide recognition for students. They set a class goal, and then they look to see if they've met that. And the teachers are working hard to find, small ways to recognize students, whether for the youngest students it might happen on a daily basis, and as the students get older, sometimes they're keeping track of the days where they meet their goal and they're working towards something a little bit larger. But we know that the individual student progress monitoring is very critical, and I think that this is a great tool for bringing that awareness not only to the students but also to the teachers. Another tool that we purchased last year, again following a pilot, is IXL Math. So that is a supplemental math tool online. We've purchased that for 3 years, and this is our first year of implementation. An important part of IXL is something called an IXL diagnostic snapshot. We did require that for students in grades 2 through 11. And that's going to provide a lot of insight into teachers about student achievement and their progress as we progress through the year. So this tool highlights 6 different mathematical strands: numbers and operations, algebra and algebraic thinking, fractions, geometry, measurement, and then data, statistics, and probability. So you'll see some similarities between these areas and those that we find on the math testing. We have students who can use this. It's purchased for K through 12. So we are learning about some K and 1 students who use IXL as well, but it's been required for, like I said, 2 through 11. The great news that we have so far at this point in time is that the students have answered over 1.7 million questions in IXL. And in doing so, there's some great analytics that are provided by this tool. I can see that IXL sets nationwide sets a goal of a minimum of 15 questions per week to help realize what they call the IXL effect. And so our students have been achieving at an average of 16, so we're in that area right now. Teachers are continuing to explore IXL. We've had several trainings. We had trainings during the pilot teachers, secondary, and then all elementary teachers. And so we provided another round of training this fall, and we have lots of support from IXL. So we're actually adding a training coming up shortly for special education teachers and some supervisors. They were not part of the initial training, but they have requested an opportunity to share this tool with their students. So there are many reports that are available from IXL. There's a very nice report that shows the growth. So that will be related to that fall, winter, and spring diagnostic snapshot that I mentioned earlier. But there are also things that teachers can do. I know at North Brandywine we're in the process of developing a leadership board competition for students, something that we can kind of project throughout their lunches and work towards some rewards for those students. Teachers also use something called Live Classroom. When their students are using the tool, they can, at a glance on their dashboard, see who's running into any difficulties, who's moving through problems, what areas they're struggling with. They can do group jams, which is where we're all, and then there are many skill plans that are aligned not only to curricular resources, but also state testing, so PSSAs, Keystones, things like that. So this has been a beneficial tool, and we're hoping to continue to deepen the use of IXL as we move forward. One last tool that we purchased last year, this is on a much smaller scale, but we purchased, this is purchased by building, so in the 5 elementaries and the 2 middle schools. It's called Extra Math, and it's an online tool that can help with fact fluency. We have heard from our elementary teachers during our MTSS discussion that they feel like Extra Math is probably also helping to supplement along with Spring Math. This is very quick. It's probably 10 minutes per day when possible, and it generates a report for the student and the teacher, and it really focuses in on the exact math facts that they've mastered and the ones that are stumping them, right? So they can kind of bring an awareness to the ones that they have to practice. And it's not uncommon for elementary school students working on, their multiplication tables to be stumped by certain facts. So it brings that awareness, and it gives them the opportunity to practice. Moving on next, we would talk about our secondary work. So, we're working through a core resource pilot. And so we have a team of 16 secondary teachers, so that's 6th grade through Algebra 2, who are piloting resources. So we have 8 teachers who are piloting something called HMH, and that's Into Math. It's called Into Math for 6, 7, 8, and Into Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 for those courses. And then we also have Envision Mathematics. These were chosen by the secondary team last spring. We came together, we collected lots of different samples from, I believe we had 8 middle school programs to look at and 6 of the higher level. And so the teachers came together and we narrowed it down to these 2. So the teachers are piloting the resources now. They're looking at, they have print materials as well as online resources. They've been supported through a combination of some in-person training and also virtual training. So we meet periodically with trainers from these 2 organizations. And then they've also been collaborating either within their buildings, within their teams, to further explore the resources. We have slated our selection for mid-March. And so the teachers are now working on rubrics. It's a pretty extensive rubric that will ask teachers to comment on all of these parts when they're analyzing these 2 potential resources. As well, we did request the cost materials last year, and I've just recently requested that again in case there's been any changes, but we would want to cost out the materials themselves as well as the professional development. So that's what teachers will be working on between now and that March date. The last thing on our list here, I just wanted to give you a short update on our elementary core resources. So as many of you may know, we adopted something called Everyday Mathematics in 2016, I believe, is when we began using it, and it's the 2015-16 version that's being used in K through 5. What I've come to learn in some of my research, one starting point that we've used for some of our core resource work is looking at Ed reports, and you might remember seeing that last year with some of the work Cassandra did. Ed reports shares some information about different core resources, and it's aligned to different gateways. They start with making sure that the tool changes are in the version that we began with and some of the versions they have available now. I've also been, speaking with all of the teachers when we have our MTSS meetings to get their insight on EDM. They completed a recent survey for me just to understand how they're best able to use EDM. We had a lot of training at the very beginning. We've brought some training back recently, especially for our new teachers, but we're really just trying to understand the different components that EDM includes and how it best serves our students. So that's all the information I have for you. Does anyone have any questions?
So you're going to be telling us in March or April what your choices are,
That's right.
and then we'll have to put them on the agenda for approving them.
Right.
And you're going to be training the teachers and then implementing next year.
Right, that would be our plan.
That's the plan. That's exciting. Anybody have any other questions?
This question is not directly towards your presentation to us, but during your presentation made me think of this. Have our students received their PSSA individual scores?
Yes.
Does the families have received them? Okay, thank you.
It's always a lag till they get the scores, and a bigger lag to get the letters out. Poor children will be taking the test again.
One other question. You say did I understand you right? 6th grade students are going to be doing algebra 2?
No, I'm sorry. We're looking at courses. The courses that we're considering new resources for are beginning at 6th, 7th, 8th, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. So it's that whole sequence from 6th through Algebra 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a second presentation. This is an update on K-12 social studies curriculum and Gardner House. Cassandra Jones and friends. Here they come. No sound.
Good evening.
Good now.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. I want to first start by thanking all of you for allowing us to provide you with an update on our curriculum work, specifically in the area of social studies. I do want to let you know that this is going to be a hybrid presentation. Initially, the leadership team here approached me about the Gardner Beale House, and the initial presentation was specific to that project, but we decided to take advantage of the opportunity and update you on all of our work in the area of social studies, and that's what we will be doing this evening. So with me, I have Mrs. Lena McKim. She is one of our curriculum coordinators and a teacher here at CASH. I have Brian Wise. He is another one of our curriculum coordinators, and he is a teacher at North Brandywine. And then I have Mr. Joe Tassoni. He is our department chair here at the high school, and he is also a teacher here at CASH.
John, can you run this slideshow on the computer for the community start from the beginning, from the current slide?
Are we good?
Can you see that the community is still on the prep slide? Cassandra, for time's sake, go ahead and we'll just follow along with the slides.
Okay, perfect. So as far as our agenda tonight, we're going to start with a K-12 social studies update, and then we're going to talk about the Gardner-Beal House. And we're going to kind of work together as a team to present this information to you tonight. Okay. Dr. Dunlap, do you want me to wait for the presentation at least to pop back up? We're good to go to the next slide.
You're on slide 2. For the community. Good. You're good, go ahead.
We can go on to the next slide. We can go to slide 4.
Go to slide 4, gentlemen. Okay.
All right, perfect. So why do we teach social studies? The primary purpose of social studies is to help young people make informed and reasoned decisions for the public good as citizens of a culturally diverse democratic society in an interdependent world. If the young learners of this nation are to become effective participants in a democratic society, then social studies must be an essential part of our curriculum starting in kindergarten. Providing students opportunities to build social studies vocabulary and background knowledge by engaging in social studies activities can actually lead to increased literacy outcomes and can over time decrease the achievement gap. Unfortunately, since the passing of the No Child Left Behind Act, we have seen a decrease in science and social studies education across the nation, especially in underperforming schools that have felt the pressure to teach to the test. We know, though, through research that instruction in social studies, particularly instruction that is going to help develop content-specific vocabulary and background knowledge, actually increases literacy rates and supports even our most struggling students increase achievement. Next slide.
I'm going to talk to you guys just primarily about the core beliefs, speak specifically to that we have as a social studies department. Number one thing for us is we believe in listening and then learning from people who are different from ourselves, because then we can see ourselves as a greater part of this whole society that we have. Another thing that we really believe in is developing the critical thinking skills and informational text analysis through the reading and writing skills that our students continue to develop. Promoting freedom, rights, and the well-being of all people as we try to have these hard conversations in a peaceful way to find the solutions. Next slide we're going to look at is the elementary level specifically, how we're going to be approaching it and how we continue to approach it. Number one thing is really starting to integrate social studies in all aspects of the school day, not just keeping it by itself, but really trying to get the informational text piece into the ELA instruction throughout the different themes that elementary goes through. We're going to put a greater emphasis on the civic engagement of civics, economics, geography, history, government. We will continue to infuse technology and pair that with 21st century skills for all students as they go up from kindergarten throughout the elementary schools and into the middle schools. Another focus I would like you guys really to see is the reading and writing and socio-emotional development. These interpersonal interactions, they all fuse together, right? They're all part of this learner, and as they continue to develop one skill, they're developing bits and pieces of all the other skills.
Good evening. Please pardon the voice. So I'm going to talk about our secondary approach. Through our curriculum revision process from 6th to 12th grade, teachers are having productive discussions about essential content as well as the necessary 21st century skills that a strong social studies curriculum will help to develop in our students. As a team, we are taking an approach that emphasizes an integrated course of study that focuses not just on the famous people and events of the past, but also on the economic and environmental factors that have shaped our world. Technology informs our approach. The adoption of Newsela and Newsbank give teachers access to a wide variety of vetted primary and secondary source documents that can be modified to meet the needs of our diverse population. These resources are Canvas integrated, and they allow teachers to gather reading data to help support initiatives in the language arts curriculum as well. Secondary teachers are also making use of open source resources like the OER project, Big History, and World History courses. Stanford History Education Group, iCivics, and the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation, as well as the Gilder Lurban Foundation, to name but a few, to access valuable resources for the classroom. These organizations provide lessons that promote inquiry and collaboration between students, and we're moving beyond the textbook and the lecture to more student-centered, student-led classrooms. On any given day in the secondary classrooms, you'll see students who are formulating arguments, who are debating, who are writing, who are expressing themselves both verbally and on paper. Teachers are using keys to literacy to help students access and comprehend complex texts, Collins writings to express their ideas, and social studies teachers have embraced technology and rely on it daily. Canvas, Clever, Jamboards, Kahoots, quizzes, Quizlets, Nearpod, and Pear Deck are all being used to engage students and to encourage students to take ownership of their learning. It's my hope as a secondary teacher that as we move out from under the shadow of COVID, that field trips will once again become part of our curriculum. We're lucky enough to live within a few hours' drive of the Smithsonian institutions, the National Constitution Center, the National Parks at Independence Hall and Valley Forge. We have a treasure trove of hands-on learning opportunities through field trips available to us through our students. And I know from personal experience as a leader of field trips that they provide lifelong memories for students. Next slide, please. The proposed 6 to 12 course sequence offerings, we would like to create a spiraling program that starts in 6th grade with an introduction to world geography and how world geography impacted human settlement and cultural and societal development from prehistory through to the fall of the Roman Empire. In grade 7, we would like to revise the current course to be more of a world history course that is not totally Western focused, but to include non-Western history as well. Currently, the 8th grade teachers are piloting an early American history course that was constructed last year, which is very popularly received by the 8th grade teachers. It is the hope that next year in 9th grade, we'll pilot the revised Modern American History course, starting with Reconstruction and moving to the Vietnam era. Currently, 10th grade teachers are piloting a world history course, The World Since 1450. There are ongoing discussions to develop and revise our current U.S. government course to make it the required 11th grade course. And there's a lot of excitement among the cash teachers for the creation of an American History Currents course. One of the discussions that has been ongoing is that we never get beyond Vietnam. So it is my dream to create a course that starts with Vietnam and takes us to the modern day. We are lucky in the Coatesville Area School District that we have a full slate of electives in the social studies. We offer academic psychology, a full slate of AP courses, as well as the career and technical education program, historical research, and preservation. So I thank you very much, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tassoni to talk a little bit more about historical research and preservation.
Thank you for having us tonight. I'm the department head for social studies at the high school. My name is Joe Tassoni, and I currently teach AP U.S. Government, AP Comparative Government, and the Historical Research and Preservation course, which I'm going to talk about tonight. You can go to the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Gardner Beale House that you drove by when you came in here tonight. You know, Lena mentioned that we want to get back to doing more field trips, which we've begun to do. We started to do a little bit more last year. But the vision for this house, which I'll talk a little bit about later, if we were able to restore this house, students from around Chester County would be taking field trips to the Coatesville campus to tour this house and learn about you know, the local Coatesville history as well as Chester County history. So just preface with that. You can go to the next slide. This building sits right in the middle of our campus. It dates back to a land grant from William Penn in 1681. The first structures are believed to have been built in 1734 after it was purchased by Peter Bazillion, who was a French-Canadian fur trader. And he appears in early American history records all over North America. He was in California, he was at the Gulf of the Mississippi, he was in Canada, and he settled at the end of his life right here where we're sitting today. This was his property, the original 500 acres that he purchased in 1731. I won't go into all the history, but this house has a rich and storied history. It passed through the Gardner family. The final addition to the house was built in 1811. That's the front portion that faces the drive when you come in. That was the pride and joy of that family. The building would pass, the house would pass into the Beale family in 1853, and eventually would be sold to the United States government in 1929, and the United States government would use the land to build the VA hospital. And in 1964, 30 acres of land would be sold to the Coatesville Area School District for $1 to build what we currently have here today. This is a rich and storied house. It's got beautiful architecture inside. I invite any of you on the board or in the community to come and tour it at any time. You can reach out to me and we can set up a time for you to come and experience the interior of the house. You can go to the next slide. I know you're losing it there, but so this course that I'm currently teaching has been running for this is the 6th year. I took this course over from Dr. Lisa Doan Harley. She's a former Coatesville teacher for 33 years. She retired right at the beginning of the pandemic, and I took the course over. And this is an experiential learning course, and the title is Historic Research and Preservation. So students learn the foundation of this course is learning how to do in-depth academic research. And one of the parts of this curriculum is that our students compete in National History Day. I have a couple students here with me today who will speak briefly in a few minutes. But we've had students compete at the state level almost every year that we've competed. And in 2021, we had 2 students that competed at the national level. The students have worked hands-on in the building with preservationists. They've worked with people. We've had members of the federal government, coming and leading sessions on nail dating and historic homes reports. We've measured the entire house. We've been inside and outside of that building. We organized in 2021 a clean out of the building. And in this course, this course is, also revolves around students getting in-field experience, hands-on experience with local history through field trips. So we've been on many field trips that emphasize kind of a behind-the-scenes look at what preservationists do, as well as people in museums. And students have also, been able to work hands-on in that building. You go to the next slide, please. These are just some pictures of the competitions. On the bottom picture on the right, I included that because every time we go to that building, my classroom is probably about 100 yards from that building. And we're able to, on any given day, when it's nice out, we're able to go out into that building, and we've done everything from taking pictures to measuring to working with professionals to landscaping. So the building's there. It is a treasure right in the middle of our campus that we don't want to let it disappear. We need to preserve it. And we're looking for help to take those steps. You can go to the next slide. So our vision for the Gardner Beale House is a Gardner Beale House Heritage Center. It's going to act as a local repository for any of the surrounding townships and communities that want to donate, that we can house things there. We envision it as a place for outside groups to meet. We also envision it as a place that other schools and children and elementary school children within our own district will come and visit. Our seniors and juniors at the high school will be able to lead these groups that come in, and they'll be able to share their knowledge and their history and instill that sense of local historic pride in this community. I really think it is at the heart of this campus, and our vision for this is, we're going to be a district in this state that has something that no other district has. So that's my, that's our vision for this. And I'm going to turn this over to a couple of my junior students here at the high school. First is Jada Alvarado, and she's a student in my Historic Preservation 3 course.
Hello, my name is Jada Alvarado, a student in Mr. Tassoni's Historical Research and Preservation class for 3 years now. This course mainly focuses on the understanding of local historic sites as well as preserving history. Currently, we are committed to renovating the Gardner Beale House located on school grounds right across the multipurpose field. In fact, we've taken many field trips to this building to investigate the history of this house, take pictures, record measurements, and experience the potential of this building. We've learned about the history of the house and its significance as it is one of Coatesville's hidden treasuries. Additionally, this course also includes field trips to other local historic sites like the Lucan Steel Mill, which was once the backbone of Coatesville's community. The field trips have taught me the importance of preserving attraction for the cultural significance, age, and beauty to benefit the city I grew up in. The goal for this class is to one day create the Gardner Beale House Heritage Center, which would be used to educate others about their history and city. But first, we need your help to make this idea a reality. Thank you.
And my next student, this is Jada James, and she's going to talk a little bit as well.
Hi, my name is Jada James, and I'm a third-year student in Mr. Tassoni's Historical Research and Preservation class. I am here to express what this course means to me and the importance of preserving the Gardner Beale House. By taking this course, I've been able to create a research project every year and compete against students from my own school and schools around the state. With this opportunity, I was able to travel and compete before judges at a regional and state level, where we placed second overall. I am so grateful for this opportunity every year because it helps me grow as a student in a very positive way. In this class, not only do I get the chance to research important topics from history, but I get to learn to do legitimate research in the place where I grew up. I personally learn better when I can be interactive with what I'm learning instead of just reading from a book. With that being said, this class is the perfect example. We have gone on multiple engaging field trips throughout the past 3 years, and I've learned to appreciate and preserve the history in the city in which I live. By preserving the Gardner-Beale House, we are creating opportunities for future generations to learn about our proud Coatesville history. Thank you.
Next slide. All right, so next steps, curriculum and beyond. And this is really just to kind of, summarize next steps based on the entire presentation and not specific just to the Gardner-Beale House project. Really, what we're working to do now is to form partnerships to support our curriculum development efforts. We want to bring rewritten courses before the board for formal approval beginning in March. So in March, if all goes as planned, you guys will be seeing our 8th grade course, our 9th grade course, and our current 10th grade course, which is World History. Those courses have been fully rewritten, and we're in the process of aligning them and moving all of the information to our new district standard format for our curriculum documents. So those will come before you in March. And then I'm hoping shortly after you will receive our 6th grade course, our 7th grade course, and hopefully we'll be bringing a K-5 curriculum to you before the end of the school year. I do want to acknowledge the work of our teachers and the team that was here with me tonight. They are the ones doing the heavy lifting around the curriculum writing and all of the work with realigning our course sequence and our offerings and really embracing kind of, we talked a lot about 21st century skills and infusing technology and kind of moving away from just teaching from a textbook. And so I really want to acknowledge that work because it means everything to our students. And you can see that tonight just based on the positive experiences that our students have had in just one of the courses that we offer here at the campus. Next, we want to vet and adopt curriculum resources that support our core beliefs. We've already started adopting some resources. So we talked about Newsella or Newsela Social Studies, which we adopted last year. Next month, I'm going to be bringing before you an adoption of a resource called News Bank, which is essentially an online database where there are newspapers archived all the way back to the 1600s. One of the things that really impressed me about the particular resource was that we're able to actually search local newspapers and we were able to pull up some of the old Coatesville records. So being able to learn about our local history in that manner, I think is going to be really impactful for our students as we really work to reestablish the sense of pride that I have in this community and that all of you have in this community, and wanting our students to have that same pride. And to be proud of where they're from. And that really starts with learning about the community as a whole. Whether you were born here or you moved here, this community has a lot to offer. Next would be forming a planning committee for the Gardner-Beale House project that is diverse. We really want it to be reflective of the Coatesville community and include internal and external stakeholders. We want to complete next steps, so hopefully the Gardner-Beale House can be included in the master facilities plan that is brought to the board for approval later this school year. We talked about various ways that we could raise funds to restore the building. However, we would really like our students to be able to see the project through in the short term, and by short term I mean in the next few years. Like, we recognize it's not going to happen overnight. But in order to raise the amount of funds or to find grants to fund the project, it could take decades. And we really see the value in bringing this forward now. And I'm sure Dr. Dunlap can speak to the financial impact, which would be very little if we're already looking to borrow money for larger projects. And then the last one up there is to increase our efforts to recruit students for the historical research and preservation course. Unfortunately, with COVID, our enrollment has declined specifically for that multi-year course. which is hands-on, CTE based. And so I know that Mr. Tassoni and Mrs. McKim are working diligently to recruit students, using students that are currently in the course to really share the value in taking the course and what they've learned, and the hands-on aspect, which I think is really enticing to our students who unfortunately for the last few years have spent most of their time learning online. And so really those are the key points. There's lots of other things that we're working on as well, but those are really the key next steps.
Cassandra, before we turn it back over to the board for questions, I just want to thank you and all 6 of you for your presentation tonight to our students. The experience that you get out of this program is important for us to hear. The work that our teachers are doing in the classroom with students are important, but what's really awesome about tonight's program, the work that you're doing as a staff, teaching staff, and Cassandra, you leading another initiative, taking a look at curriculum in this district, linking state standards to curriculum for our students moving forward. It's great to see this. As far as the Gardner Beale House is concerned, we have to have a historical architect take a look at this. We've already reached out to Valbridge. It'll cost $3,500 for them to do an initial assessment. We're prepared to bring that to the board next month for approval. And as Cassandra alluded to in the closing slide, this is something that the board could fit into the master facilities plan as far as any type of work that might need to be done to a certain extent for making that building operational for student use throughout the entire building. There is a considerable amount of work that needs to be done. So I'll turn it back over to Cassandra, you, and the board for questions.
I don't know if anyone has any questions or comments.
Well, my comment is that was impressive. Thank you all. You're right, we spend so much time worrying about ELA and math that we don't talk about social studies, civics, and history, which was always one of my favorite things, so I'm with you all the way. We are just so lucky to live where we live in this area of deep history, and Coatesville and the communities around it, and their place in that history. And I lived in a house that was 1772. I remember when we found the sign, the stone up on the top, and boy, was that a creaky old place. But I used to tell the kids when I taught at Rainbow, my house is older than the United States. And that's great, ladies. And ladies, it's great that you're part of that. It's exciting to see people as young as you be excited about the history around here. Thank you.
Ms. Mills, if I may, just a couple comments. To reiterate what Dr. Dunlap said, Cassandra, thank you for your leadership.
Yeah.
And to the teachers who presented tonight, Ms. McKim, Mr. Wise, Mr. Tassoni, thank you. And to the students, thank you also. It does my heart good when I hear the words student-led instruction. The days of reading a textbook and filling out a worksheet are long gone, right? And I was very privileged, Mr. Tassoni, to observe your class during my tenure here as the principal. And ladies, is it student-led? It sure is, right? Right. And that's what makes it so much more interesting, correct? So thank all of you for your work. Look forward to hearing from you again in March. As Dr. Dunlap said, I think we need to get the ball rolling on how we can help with the Gardner Beale House, and considering that we're looking at a rather large facilities plan, maybe it's something that we can make a part of that. But thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
I have a question before you wrap up. Have you reached out to any of the colleges, universities in the area for some kind of assistance? Westchester, University of Delaware, Lincoln University, to help, maybe partner up with them with this project?
Not specifically with the Gardner Beale House, but I have reached out to some local universities, specifically the HBCUs in the area, to assist with the development of some of our courses at the campus. We are really excited to update our current Black History course here at Cash, but our curriculum writing team is reflective of our teaching staff within the department, so it's not very diverse. And we really feel like with that course in particular, it needs to be written from the Black perspective, and it's very hard to do as a team of white individuals. And so I have reached out to Lincoln University. They were not in session when I reached out. I know that through the Comprehensive Planning Committee, I formed some relationships with members of the NAACP, and they had indicated that they may have community members that are interested in assisting with development of that course. But we are looking to form partnerships. We're also looking at other organizations. Social studies is kind of a hot topic right now, right? Like facing history, and kind of equipping our teachers to facilitate civil discourse around really challenging topics. We kind of have to address history head on, and the facts sometimes are not easy to digest. And so we're actually looking at potentially, we need to go through the process and we need to have an overview, and obviously then that's something we would bring to the board, but there's an organization called Facing History that we're looking at maybe partnering with for specifically professional development for our teachers, so that they feel better equipped when leading discussions in the classroom about particular events in history and particular topics. And really, you know, our goal is to make sure that our social studies curriculum reflects multiple perspectives and includes diverse voices. And we're really committed to that. And so in order to do that effectively, we have to seek out partnerships.
Well, I mean, just to throw it out there, I'm on the student board for the School of Social Work at Westchester University. So we talk about, you know, what we should be covering and planning in our own department as well. But I do know that there are several professors there who have some knowledge in history of the area and social justice practices and so forth. You know, they may be of a resource. If I can help, just, you know, you can reach out to me. I can make a connection.
Certainly, I would appreciate that. I think it's really hard sometimes to make those connections and know who to go to directly to get the response that you need, or to find out if it's even a possibility. So I'll reach out to you after the meeting and for those contacts.
Okay, great.
We do have partnerships with the Old Town Historic Society and the Chester County Historic Preservation Network. And they were the ones that brought architects in over the last few years to help us teach the kids about preservation. So they are people in those organizations that we'd like to include on the planning committee.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Mrs. McKim, your father would be proud.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Henry would be proud. Okay, moving on to agenda items. Take out my cough drop. Can we make the lights go up just a little bit? Agenda item A, service agreement, CCIU English Learner Professional Development. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors ratify the service agreement with the Chester County Intermediate Unit for English Learner Professional Development during the 2022-2023 school year at a cost of $7,650 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mary Harris, can you hear us? We're having technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Say second. Okay, we have a second. Is somebody speaking a little bit about this? Is this the document? Yeah, can you give us a brief? Okay.
Okay. So over the past year and a half, we have worked with the CCIU to have some discussion about our English language program within the district. And so we've done that through tax support and having them come in as consults. Moving forward, we will be talking about our English language plan. And so we would like to have some ongoing professional development for our English language teachers. And this will give us the opportunity. They will have an opportunity to network with other school districts and then receive ongoing professional development so that we can continue to grow the program within our own district.
Thank you. Let's call for the vote.
Yes.
And yes. B, student-teacher placement. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the student-teacher placement as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Mary? Yes. Item C, dissertation request, Mary Ann McAvee. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the request to conduct research from Mary Ann McAvee, candidate at Drexel University, who is completing her dissertation entitled Understanding Pennsylvania's Alternative Education Needs, the Role of Trauma-Informed Education and Educator Perception of Safety as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Any comments or questions on this one?
Yes, I have a lot of questions. I'm not sure who to direct the questions to, but my first question is on page 7 of the dissertation. It explains what the research questions are. So research question 2 is, what is the relationship between the implementation of trauma-informed practices? And I'm going to stop right there because we don't do trauma-informed practices as of yet. From what I understand from the presentations that we've had, our trauma-informed training takes 3 to 5 years. So that's the first kind of, I guess, red flag is, for me, we're having someone come into our buildings and we haven't given our teachers or our administrators a chance to even be trained in trauma. So to have them answer the question is trauma-informed practices in an educator's institution and educators' perceptions of safety. The second one is research question 3 is, what is the relationship between educator expertise in trauma, which I'm going to say this, but I mean no disrespect to any of our staff. I don't know if we have anyone who is an expertise in trauma as for training and practice. And their utilization of alternative placement referral. So I guess my question is, how is this going to work and what is this going to look like? I feel that our data will be very skewed because we don't have enough training. Our staff hasn't been trained on this. So that's my first question. My second question is, it says that educator surveys, one, it said that they were going to be sent by January 5th. I don't know if this has happened. Educator surveys will be sent out to all school educators in each identified district. Is Coatesville the only identified district? I know that Marianne is on the state. She's at the state level. So we're going to be bringing someone in from the state into our schools. Again, I don't feel that we are prepared for this. If she came in a couple of years when our teachers and administrators had the opportunity to have more of a training in the trauma, I feel that she would probably get better data. It also says that the second part will focus on educator history of trauma training. Again, we don't really have a history of trauma training. And the last part will focus on workplace implementation of trauma-informed practices. are we doing trauma-informed practices? I know that when I've spoken about it, I've been told that we're not there yet, and that it takes a 3 to 5 year process. So those are my questions with it. What is it going to look like? Are we really doing this justice? Can we wait for a year or two to be able to do this, to be able to do this?
Yeah, Mrs. Harlan, I'll attempt to answer what questions I can. So she's a candidate for a doctoral study. Yes, you are right. She's attached to the state. She's the executive director, child advocate for the Office of Advocacy and Reform out of the Office of Governor Wolf. You know, she's doing a doctorate study. It doesn't mean that the district has to participate. What it means is that you're granting her permission to send out those forms. Individuals that participate would also have to agree to do that. When doctoral candidates go forward for their dissertation, they try to collect data that they can get statistical information. Sometimes skewed data is good. It also gives us a basis of where we are and where we start. I do not know the other schools that she has reached out to, but she is currently working with our school district. We actually just held a meeting with her to take a look at where we are. She's made a connection in the community. There are some concerns in the community, and she can help serve as that bridge. We're looking to do some work where we can have some sort of community event down the road to be able to talk about trauma-informed education. Even in our discussion, as administrators, we're all on different levels of what that means and what that is. So there's still a lot of learning that has to take place. This could be a good thing for the district because we are reaching out, trying to start to do some things around trauma-informed education. Again, this is not, just because the board approves this, doesn't mean that everybody has to participate. There's still a questionnaire and there's still a participation sign-off that needs to take place when anyone does a dissertation and collects data. I hope that answers your questions. That's as limited as I can be, or not limited as I can be, but as to what I know, other than reading what you have read.
I mean, I guess it answers, like you said, the way that you're able to answer. I'm just still very concerned of the fact that it focuses so much on the educator having trauma training, and we just have not had that. We've had it, we're just not where we should be with it, because again, all of this trauma, and I want to make sure that I say this because I'm sure it will blow up somewhere, trauma has been around forever. However, trauma has become a buzzword since the lockdown has been lifted. And all schools are behind in proper trauma education. And so I'm just concerned that it could make us look bad because of the fact that we're just not where we want to be, but we're trying to get there. I don't think any district is. It's all too new. So that's why I had these questions. And again, I'm just concerned that there could be a wrong picture being painted of us.
Thank you for your comments. So what we're doing right now is all we're doing is voting to put it forward onto the special meeting agenda, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
We're voting just to put it on the agenda. Correct. That's all. So the vote we're taking right now is just to put it on the agenda, and we could take another vote at that time. Okay, let's call for the vote.
No.
Mary? Yes. D, youth summer camps. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the proposal for the 2023 youth summer camps as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
comments, questions? This was a program that we put in place and has been very successful. It has been previously supported by ESSER funds, right, Dr. Dunlap? Now it's coming out of the budget?
Correct.
Okay. Let's call for the vote.
Yes.
And yes.
Mrs. Mills, if
yeah.
I could just back up, there's one question.
Sure.
One question that Mrs. Harlan had asked. No, there has been nothing passed out. Nothing has been done with this information to staff.
Yep,
Okay?
yep. Oh, we're back on the
Yeah,
other one.
back on that one. That was a question she asked and I forgot
Okay,
to answer.
good, thanks for that update. 2023-2024 course catalogs. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the 2023-2024 course catalogs for grades 6, 7, 8, and 9 to 12 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. F, 2023-2024 school year calendar, second reading. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the 2023-2024 school year calendar as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Any questions, comments? Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. G, Ed Mentum Apex Credit Recovery Proposal, that the recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the contract renewal for the Ed Mentum for 3 years of Apex Credit Recovery in the amount of $25,000 per year as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Somebody going to speak to this a little bit more? This is an application that we use for credit recovery. Okay. And we've used it in the past, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So that helps them catch up on where they're behind, right? I see Ms. Snyder nodding her head. It's a good thing. Let's call for the vote.
Yes.
And yes. H, out-of-state field trip request, Air Force ROTC. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the out-of-state field trip request for the Air Force Junior ROTC as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. I, open court on-site support proposal. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the professional development proposal from McGraw-Hill to provide 15 days of on-site job-embedded coaching at a rate of $3,500 a day as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
And open court is the ELA program, and that's what we're asking for here. Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. J, new course approval, AC Environmental Science. Aha. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the addition of environmental science as a course offering at the senior high school as presented. This course is designed to build on the understanding of the environment begun in Biology 1. Students will investigate a wide variety of environmental issues impacting local, state, national, and global communities, and will study a variety of topics including ecosystems, renewable and non-renewable forms of energy, watersheds, climate change, endangered and invasive species, and agricultural practices. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Any questions or comments? Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. K, Immaculata University School Affiliation Agreement. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the school affiliation agreement with Immaculata University, which outlines the expectations for educational experiences for university students as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Any questions or comments on this? This is nurses, correct? Okay, let's call for the vote.
Yes.
and yes. L, CASD Language Instruction Educational Program. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the proposed CASD Language Instruction Educational Program as presented, and if approved, to move forward, that the recommended action be placed on the agenda of the February 14th, 2023 special board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Questions, comments? Is that the other item?
Yes, I just wanted to explain. Can you
Sure,
hear me?
go ahead. Try the.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to explain what this item is. So the Language Instruction Educational Program is a state-required report. The district has not had that report. So we have been working together with our ELL teachers, like I said, over the past year and a half to create a document that would help us to provide a full continuum of services for our English language learners. So what we've done is I've given you a draft copy as a hard copy. There's one on the agenda for the community, and it will be posted on the website for the community to see and provide comments. The template that we've used is, there's no like official template that goes with it from the state. So in creating this document, we have consulted again with the CCIU. We have worked with 2 other school districts to see what they've been doing because they have been, kind of documented as ideal programs in a place that we want to aspire for at some point. So I just want to give you a few notes in going through this because the LIEP and the English Language Learner Program is something that a lot of people are not very familiar with. So when you're looking through that document, first of all, just some of the terminology. LIEP means Language Instructional Educational Program. ELL means our English Language Learners. There's another term that may be used, which would be ESL, which is English as a Second Language, and those terms are interchangeable. The content of the document is to provide the purpose of it and the legal implication of that, what we're required to do. We are required to provide programming for students whose dominant language is not English. The purpose of the program is to help students develop English proficiency to support achievement and progress in their academic standards. We have not had this document, so we're really working from the beginning to get this up and started. And not that we haven't been providing services, but we've not had a consistent document that we can all follow. The LIEP reviews identification, screening, and placement of English language learners. It outlines types of instructional programs and placement options. It explains accommodations, grading, and retention. What are the rules and regulations? It reviews reclassification criteria and assessment using the WIDA Access for ELs, which is a state-required assessment. It discusses ELs who are identified as having a disability. It outlines the monitoring process, which is all of those steps that we have to go through before we actually exit a student from the ELL program. There is a resource in the document which makes the document very thick. It's called the WIDA Can-Do Descriptors, which identifies what students can and should be able to do by the end of each grade level within that document. And so moving forward, I just wanted to have those notes, which again, we'll post them on the website with the document so people can refer back to it to give a better understanding. The draft LIEP will be posted on the website for 28 days. The community will have the ability to provide input. Document will be revised as appropriate prior to being presented to the board at the February Education Committee meeting or special board meeting. At that meeting, I will do a presentation which outlines the LIEP and provides district data regarding our ELL programs, our student population, our teacher caseloads, our district initiatives, and proposed plans for program improvement to meet the needs of our ELL population. There's one more term that I would like to just go over really quickly, and that's that word WIDA. WIDA means World-Class Instructional Design and Assessment. It's a consortium. Pennsylvania, along with 41 other states in the district, are part of this consortium. And that consortium is what determines, they kind of standardize the instruction and program models for ELL implementation of services. And they provide the kind of background for training and research-based instructional design, assessment, and best practices for schools, teachers, and our ELL students. So those are the terms that you will see. We have some flexibility within the plan, but much of this is already pre-designed, and then we have to determine what works best within our district. We need to look at our program options. We need to expand them as I just talked about, to make sure that we're providing a full continuum of services. And in order to do that, we're going to look at our caseloads and our staffing needs and things like that to see how we can make it happen. So that'll all be part of the presentation that I provide when we come back with this plan. Do you have any questions?
I could also add, congratulations goes out to all of our teachers and administrators. This language instruction educational plan is the last of 8 plans that are considered supplemental LEA plans that have not been completed in some of our prior comprehensive plans. When we submitted our previous comprehensive plan to the state, prior to that, none of these were turned in. The state allowed us to move forward with our comprehensive planning with under the auspice that we would complete all of these plans before we submitted our next comprehensive plan to the state. The special education plan, the Title I plan, that plan has been submitted on an annual basis. But the special education plan, student services plan, K-12 guidance plan, pupil services plan, this LIEP plan that you see before you here tonight, that'll be out for the public for a number of days and then be voted on. All of these have been completed since March 30th of last spring. So congratulations and thank you to all of you for your hard work in getting these plans done and up to speed to support the next comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
Dr. Dunlap, could you just reiterate again the public review time for the public so that they know that there is an opportunity to continue to review this plan?
I believe 28 days?
28 days.
Correct.
Yes.
28 days that this will be up, and then this will be coming to the board at the next special board meeting in February for approval.
Thank you. M, summer, oh, I forgot the vote. Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. Sorry. M, summer credit retrieval fee. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the proposal charging a fee for summer credit retrieval courses as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Any questions or comments? Anyone talk to this?
The district in the past has charged $300 for credit, or I'm sorry, per course. The district will be, the recommended motion for tonight is to charge $100. This has been funded through ESSERS in the past. There is no more ESSERS funding to be able to do this, so the district has to fund this program. We're able to do it at $100 per student or per course. So that is the motion that's on board for tonight. You'll notice in the attachment for credit retrieval, you'll see the answer to the question also that you asked earlier about Apex and how that's built into this credit retrieval.
Thank you. Let's call for the vote.
Yes.
And yes. N, proposed expulsion 1000623. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the proposed expulsion for student 1000623 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. O, proposed expulsion 100127701. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the proposed expulsion for student 100127701 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. P, independent educational evaluation student 100120029. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the general contract of services with Dr. Carol Armstrong for the independent education evaluation for student 100122029 at an estimated cost of $3,750 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote?
Yes.
And yes. Informational items, our enrollment report is posted. Is there any old business? New business? Public comment? Thank you. Lori Shannon Bailey.
Good evening. Dr. Carol Armstrong was contacted by me. I was told by Brenda George that I actually hired her, which I did not, because I do not hire district employees. Working with her was not a good experience. We asked for a re-evaluation. We did not request an independent evaluation. So we have a major problem, and I'm sorry to make this public, but this student is about ready to finish his expulsion, and we have a serious problem. This was a confusing time when we signed the NORUP, or the prior written notice. I didn't realize it at the time, but when I read the mediation agreement that the parents signed, which I am advocating for, we found out at that point that this was supposed to be for a re-evaluation and not an independent evaluation. So we have a serious problem here, and if we need to go to further legal implications, we will do that. But we do have a serious problem, and I'm not sure how we are going to get it resolved, because the communication between myself and Brenda George is not working out too well. So I want you all to be aware of that. Thank you.
Ms. Shannon Bailey, I've been following those emails. We are operating within the confines of the law. In regards, I'm not going to talk about a particular case, but I would appreciate if you would not throw administrators under the bus when they're doing their job and it's continuous. So I'm asking you to please not do that. If you have an issue around a situation, describe the situation, but the administrators are operating within the confines of school code, IDEA law in this process. Thank you.
Dr. Dunlap, I'm sorry. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. If that was the case, I would not be here tonight.
But there's a process to go through to
There
settle
is,
that.
you're right, Dr. Dunlap. There is a process to go through, and I have been following that. And my job is to advocate for parents.
Ms.
And I
Mills,
know
would
what
you
your
call
job
the
is.
next, would you call the next comment, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next meeting is Tuesday, February 14th, 2023. At this time, I adjourn the Education Committee, and it's 8:26.
At this time, I will call the Operations Committee call to order at 8:26. And number 2, approval of the minutes. Recommended action, approval of the minutes of November 8th, 2022, Operations Committee. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. First presentation, Master Facility Update.
Yes, board members and members of the community, we have a committee representative of our Master Facilities Task Force Planning Committee. They are going to give the board an update tonight. I'm going to turn it over to Dan Pellegrin, our Director of Operations and Facilities, and he and the team will give you an update as to the work that's been done so far.
Thank you. If that cable on the wired mic there on the podium is long enough, you guys can take that over to the table as well. Test. Test.
Test.
Uh-oh.
Neither one of them are working. Test. Test. Is that good? Okay. Perfect. Good evening, board and the public. Tonight is our
Mr.
first-
Pelican, hold on. Folks, we're using the wired mic from the podium. It would be nice if we could use both. Thank you.
Okay, tonight is our first master facility good evening, board, good evening to the public. Tonight is our first master facility plan community task force presentation. The agenda, well, first let me take the time to introduce our presenters tonight, and that is Jeff Goff, Assistant Principal of Coatesville Area Senior High School, Dr. Bridget Miles, Principal of Kings Highway, Seth Perry, parent of several Coatesville area students, and Teresa Walker, a parent of students at the Coatesville Area School District. They will be helping us through this presentation this evening. So the agenda this evening is as follows. First, we will go through the purpose of the task force. We will review our challenge that we had. We'll provide a presentation of options discussed as a task force. We'll review future monthly meetings and objectives to the board. And at the very end of this, we will have a time to pose questions. So we'll save that to the end because it is a long presentation. So we want to try and get through it, and then we'll take questions at the end. So the challenges are, the district has faced decades of financial and academic challenges. We've been underfunded by the state. We've seen extreme charter costs, a high percentage of finances going towards charter schools, higher special education costs, and lack of a robust commercial tax base throughout the district. Our path moving forward is the district has a robust turnaround strategy, academic improvements, new curriculum, new structure, new focus, special emotional supports, a new commitment to climate and culture, reducing out-of-district special education placements by building an in-house program, bringing these programs back into our school, financial stability, marketing strategies to return students from charter and keep them in the Coatesville Area School District, space consolidation throughout our buildings by looking at our buildings and better use of our facilities as a whole. I would like to now turn it over to Jeff Goff to continue on this presentation.
Does this work? No? We're batting 1,000 tonight with the microphone.
All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Pellegrin. As he said, next slide is just going to talk about our facilities in general and what the task force has sort of faced head on. So the district facilities are aging. There are numerous challenges that we are facing. We do have a robust preventative maintenance program, but the fact of the matter is we have old buildings, right? I could consolidate this. We have been slowly making changes, but we've lacked a long-term proactive strategy. Some buildings are underutilized, others are outdated and in need of renovations. We want to offer educational spaces that are conducive to learning, provide the best use of the district's resources. There are financial advantages to utilizing our facilities in the most advantageous way, and that this is a process that is not just a Coatesville area school district issue, right? Any district of any size has to have a revolving master facilities plan on how to update and upkeep their buildings and programs. From a financial perspective, we have maximized our financial savings over these last few years. We've operated on a very lean budget. We're allocating the majority of our resources to staffing, classroom supports. That's our first priority. We have to have adequate staff to support our students. We've worked proactively to retain students in our district and bring back charter school students. Since 2020, we've had 450 plus. And then we continue to join the state lobbying efforts to maybe change some of the charter funding formulas, so that would help us financially. With regards to the task force, I know there's been much mention about it this evening. There's 60 plus people. We've met several times, I'm not sure how many, but and we've had some great conversations, and there have been some long nights, and there's been some great debates, and that's kind of what we're here to present out to you. But our overall task is that task force is to provide the board with some recommendations after we complete this process. So we're kind of in the guts of it right now. We want to make a final recommendation to you all in May. The options that we have reviewed so far include both renovations of existing structures and consolidations of schools and some new construction. Each option will ultimately save money, better utilize our facilities, and each option can be staged over several years. So again, as we go through some of these options that the ladies present to you, this is what we have reviewed to this point. We've also, as we've met as a task force, come up with some different ideas and have gone back to the Schrader group and said, hey, what could you talk to us about what this might look like? So we're kind of in the process, but I think it was important for you guys to have a sense of what was happening. So where are we going this way? We're going to Dr. Miles? Well, here you go, Dr. Miles.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I just want to give you a little background. Dr. Dunlap had already spoken to it just a bit, but I just want to say this is definitely not just an administrative, say-so of what is going on within the facilities task force. Notification has gone out, first went out to the school community and to the community at large, to some organizations to gauge interest into the task force. From the interest that were garnered, we have 68 people on this committee, of whom are broken into 4 groups, and there's about 17 people per group. That does consist of district administrators, building administrators, parents, teachers, the architects themselves, and then as well as community members from various organizations throughout Coatesville community. And so first I'm going to touch on our first option, which is option 1A, which is to close 2 of our elementary schools, have North Brandywine renovations and add-ons, and then a 6 to 8 middle school. And so first we have 4 K-5 elementary schools, and this option is to close Callan and East Fallowfield elementary schools. For Kings Highway, we would replace the modulars with permanent construction, which would be 4 classrooms. So currently there are 4 classrooms that are modulars that are not considered to be square footage by the state, and what the proposal is to make them permanent structures within Kings Highway. Then we have Reeseville. We would add 4 classrooms to Reeseville, redistrict 100 to 150 students from Callan Elementary School. Scott, there was no work proposed there, but we would redistrict 306 students from Callan, and then 349 students from East Fallowfield Elementary Schools to have them go to Scott as an elementary school. Scott as an elementary school. And then Rainbow would have no work proposed to it. For our middle school, 6 to 8, that would be at North Brandywine, and then there would be renovations and additions to that, and then return the campus to grades 9 to 10, the 9-10 center at the intermediate school, and then 11-12 at Cash. And so as we had gone through this whole process, and we were split up into our groups, There was a lot of sharing, a lot of discussion, of which we came up with some pros and cons of each proposal. And for this particular option, looking at Callan and East Fallowfield, the pros and cons of closing Callan and East Fallowfield, the pros being that it's expensive to maintain and it's old and outdated, right? Both of those buildings are. There's going to be a decrease in cost and usage of transportation due to shortened school bus routes and so forth. These are the pros. Reduction of elementary and middle school buildings would create a staff reduction for special programs, meaning physical education and music programs, and as well as the nurses. And then the staffing would be dependent upon the class sizes, and then based upon board policy and the number of students that would sign up for the electives and the specials within the school. As you can see, there's more cons there listed with the close of Callan and East Fallowfield. East Fallowfield's roof is in poor condition and may not last before the plans are fulfilled and the transition takes place, because we know that this is probably looking out to 3 years ahead of us from now. No schools located, there would be no schools located south of Route 30 with the closure of East Fallowfield. East Fallowfield families may send students to Avon Grove Charter School because of its closer proximity to their homes, rather than having their students go to Scott as an elementary school. Possibility that Rainbow could become crowded with the merging of students from East Fallowfield. Redistricting would be a requirement with this plan, and there would be less parking for staff and parents at all elementary schools due to the increase in student population. This would be addressed in the architectural standpoint of what they would propose. More space will be needed at Kings Highway than the 4 classrooms in the plan, being that currently with the numbers that we have at Kings Highway, the 4 classrooms would be still would be 4 classrooms, and we are busting at the seams. Not to mention the fact, when you think about the definite need to make a change within the schools, the heating, the recent heating issues that happened over the holiday definitely put a damper on things as well. So definitely we need to make a change with some things moving forward. Bus rides would be longer for students who live closer to East Fallowfield and Callan, but they would attend Scott Elementary School as an elementary school. Then we looked at the pros and cons of converting Scott to an elementary school as well. And the pros would be the size and functional use capacity is great for a number of elementary schools. It is a large school. There is some room to expand. Functional use capacity is met for all elementary schools with the merging of students from Callan and East Fallowfield. Scott is a beautiful and historic building. Merging schools would bring a lot of great teachers to the same building, allowing for more collaboration and teamwork. Once again, you see the cons here are listed more. Converting Scott to an elementary school would be that there's limited green space for playgrounds and outdoor events, such as field day, and having physical education outside as well. Emergency plans would need to be reviewed. Students would evacuate on residential streets during fire drills. There are too many stairs and floors for younger elementary students, especially during an emergency or an evacuation. The emergency plans would be developed for an elementary school. Some parents have safety concerns for the students in a residential neighborhood within the community itself. A large school may make some elementary students nervous. Pickup and drop-off will be very difficult due to the lack of space, and it would just be very crowded and congested there on Olive Street in Sterling as well. Lastly, we looked at the pros and the cons of converting North Brandywine to a 6 to 8 middle school by the use of renovations and the additions. The pros were that there is a lot of property for expansion and or improvement at North Brandywine. It's a new wing for 8th graders. There were fewer transitions to a new school. Course offerings would be improved. For example, the 7th graders would be able to participate in 8th grade math. Students and staff can build relationships over a longer period rather than, currently we have the 6th grade center and then the 7th grade center, bringing that back. An increase in the opportunity for school activities, the clubs and the sports and after-school programming, etc., would be better as North would be a 6 to 8 building. A team framework would be utilized, and all 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teachers would be in the same building, allowing once again for better collaboration and teamwork. And then you have the cons, which are the renovations are expensive. Taxpayers may prefer new over the renovations. 3 stories may be less manageable for staffing during an emergency, and so those would be the the additions adding on to North Brandywine, going up instead of out. You would go adding more floors to North Brandywine. The building may fit capacity, but it's still a high population and less manageable for assemblies and such. Traffic patterns during construction will be disrupted because they will be building during the school while school is in session, and then transfer students accordingly. Kids would be present in the building while renovations are occurring, which would create interruption and distraction during learning. Busing could take longer due to the high population of students. Pickup and drop-off could be difficult due to high population of students. And those are the pros and cons of option A1. This time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Dr. Miles. I'm going to go through option A2 with you. In this option, you're going to see a lot of repetition because it is very similar to A1. In this option, you get a new building for North Brandywine, and pretty much everything else is the same. But I will quickly go through it with you. You're going to close 2 schools again, and in this option, you will get a new North Brandywine Middle School, which would be a 6 to 8 middle school. You'll be left with 4 elementary schools, K through 5, Kings Highway, Coatesville, Rainbow, and a new Scott Elementary School. So you would close Callan and East Fallowfield. Kings Highway, you would replace the modulars with permanent construction for 4 classrooms again. Coatesville, you would add 4 classrooms, which would redistrict 100 to 150 students from Callan. Scott, there is no construction work proposed. Just as a side note, we did discuss that we thought that there would be construction needed to move from a middle school to an elementary school in my subcommittee. At the very least, the bathrooms would need to be converted for elementary school kids, and I'm sure some other things may come up. So in my personal subcommittee, we did not think that it was a no work proposal, that it would not be a no monetary option. So it's just a side note from me personally. In the Scott option, you would redistrict 306 students from Callan and 349 students from East Fallowfield, and at Rainbow, there would also be no work proposed. So in this option, the 68 middle school at North would be via new construction, and the campus would return to 9-10 at the intermediate and 11-12 at Cash. So the pros and cons for A2, I think it's important to note that the same pros and cons that Dr. Miles just listed out still stand. So this list looks kind of short, but it's actually quite lengthy. So all the pros and cons that she listed for closing Callan and East Fallowfield still stand, and all the pros and cons that she listed for Scott turning into an elementary school still stand, in addition to the ones that I'm going to list out right now. So the pros for turning North into a middle school via new construction is that it allows for more flexibility in the floor plan design and the flow of traffic to and from the school. Improvements can be made to all classrooms, gymnasium, auditorium for capacity, entrances for safety measures, handicap accessibility, etc. New construction off-site of the current North Brandywine structure would not disrupt student learning. A new facility may entice families who left for charter or cyber schools to return to the district, and HVAC could be installed in the entire building. The cons would be the cons for North Brandywine being built into a new building would be 1 middle school for 1,000+ students may seem too large or overwhelming for some parents and students. I definitely think that's more than some. I think a lot of kids would be overwhelmed by 1,000+ students. We're talking about a lot of kids coming from small buildings and being overwhelmed by Scott, which is a third of the size of what we're talking about. So I think that's something that really needs to be weighed as a heavy con and not just bypassed. A large population may create a weaker sense of school community, may create less of a neighborhood pride with only one school. Again, we spent a ton of time talking about neighborhood schools and the importance of that in our subcommittee. That's not a neighborhood school. That's a one district school. We would lose a building south of the city, and I can't stress enough how important that is to people in our committees. We have discussed that ad nauseum. People are sick of hearing it. We've discussed it so much, but we can't stop saying it because it's that important. We don't want to lose our neighborhood schools. We don't want to bus kids for an hour to go to school because that's not a neighborhood school. We could send them to charter for an hour bus ride, and that's not where we want to send our kids. We want them to be able to be around the corner from us. So I just really want to stress that neighborhood schools are really important, and it's a huge selling factor. I mean, I know East Fallowfield and Callan are falling down around us, but they're small and they're families and they're community schools, and we can't forget about that in the grand scheme of things. The new construction can be expensive, and changing the school entrance from Reesville Road to Hurley Road may create problems with the flow of traffic. So I'm going to turn this over to Teresa Walker.
Hi all, I am here to present possibly our least popular option, option B. In this one, we closed 3 schools involving Callan, East Fallowfield, and North Brandywine. So all of the same things apply, only we're removing North from the equation. We're also removing all of the temporary trailers, specifically from Kings Highway, and we're looking to maximize the enrollment on campus, so turning the intermediate school into a 6 to 8 building, and then cash into 9 to 12. Construction budgets were provided for each building. I have them if we are looking to move forward, but for the sake of time. Again, to sort of echo what Steph just said, the list of pros and cons on this one is not exhaustive either. All of the pros and cons from the first 2 options would follow suit as far as large numbers in middle schools, concerns with Scott being an elementary school, all of that sort of carries over. We'll go through the list of pros, though, for closing Callan, East Fallowfield, and North. Removing 3 schools will certainly save maintenance and daily operation costs. Closing North Brandywine rather than repairing it or rebuilding it will save money, so all financial. The cons of that, the scenario will still convert Scott to an elementary school, sending Callan and elementary school, or Callan Elementary and East Fallowfield Elementary to Scott. Has a lot of cons, again, previously discussed. For continuity's sake, this slide and the next slide are all pros and cons of the intermediate school becoming 6 to 8 and cash becoming 9 to 12. So I'm going to read the pros collectively, if that makes sense, because there are, again, a lot more cons in this one. So the pros of the intermediate school becoming a middle school and cash becoming 9 to 12 would be teacher and student connections will improve as the length of time that they'll spend together is longer, so 3 years and then 4 years. Placing all of the students on one campus will help to build better sports and music programs, although that does come with some cons as well. Something that was noted was only 1 mascot would be needed for the middle school because we would only have 1. And then older students theoretically could mentor younger students. The 2 pros that are on that next slide would be consolidated curriculum materials, so everything would be in one location, and then 9 to 12 in one building is a more traditional high school experience. Going back to the cons of the intermediate school becoming the middle school and cash becoming 9 through 12. The space needed to create a master schedule for that many students in one middle school and one high school may be difficult to manage. Middle school students that live in the southern end of the district would have a longer bus ride to and from school. Arrival and dismissal times at the campus would be congested and create more traffic as there's no real option of expanding the roads around the campus. 6th through 12th grade students, so ages let's say 11 through 19 would be on the same bus, and that caused some concern. Moving to the next slide, there is a lack of an athletic facility space to support 6th through 12th on the campus. Therefore, students may need to be bused to North Brandywine campus for practice. If they were bused to North Brandywine for campus, they wouldn't have access to a building to use during emergency or inclement weather. So perhaps Reeseville could become available as an option, but again, not a great situation you wouldn't want to find yourself in. During an emergency on campus, there were a lot of safety and security issues with this particular option. During an emergency on campus, there is a lack of space for students to all safely evacuate. The interior of the buildings don't have windows, so that removes an alternative if somebody needed to evacuate, if, God forbid, there was a situation. More security would be required on campus. A large majority, so over 50% of our student population within the district would be in one space. Currently, there's not enough space to support students taking elective courses, so woodshop, gym, business, the labs, all of that. The availability of space for special needs programs needs to be considered, certainly with the large percentage of our children who are identified as having special needs. And then the students would be in buildings during the construction, which would interfere with learning. So that was a summation of those. So out of the options already presented, the one that was, I hesitate to say most popular, but perhaps the option disliked the least would be A2. Again, I would rather be transparent. However, the group is really excited about the options moving forward that we have sort of created within our meetings. We'll mention those in a bit, but there's a lot of enthusiasm about potential new options. I am turning this back to, oh, no, go over the next one. So our next meeting is on February 2nd, so at that point we'll review what we did on January 5th and then review the presentation that we're given to you guys tonight, and then along with any feedback that you guys have. We are planning to seek feedback from the community, so all of that will be considered, and then we're reviewing options that our own task force has produced.
Yeah, next slide is just our next meeting schedule is we're going to be on the 16th of February. We're going to review the meeting that we're going to have that Teresa just talked about on the 2nd. And then this sort of rinse and repeat process where we're going to get together, we're going to look at options, we're going to brainstorm, we're going to see if there's any rabbit holes or like side options that we can sort of collaborate and come up with, all in the sake of our students. So by the February 16th, though, we're going to present the new findings to from the task force. We're going to prepare a document that outlines the options reviewed by the task force up to that date, do some cost-benefit analysis, discuss new programs, and then continue to gather public feedback.
So when we meet again on March 9th, we will gather information to prepare a community update for the March 14th, 2023 board meeting. We'll review the options being considered again. Next slide, please. And on the 23rd of March, we will rank the order of all the options. We'll have a discussion, including enrollment, school boundaries, alternative use of space, space to support district programs, finances. We'll address the pros and cons of each option and any roadblocks for implementation.
Then the last two meetings that we'll have with the task force is April 13th. The task force will provide feedback on the presentation. We'll also have a presentation in PowerPoint to the task force, make any corrections to the board presentation, and then on the 9th, we'll have a presentation of the task force recommendations to you all and the public as well on what our recommendations are going to be in the choice we've chosen.
Just for the board, for any before you ask any questions of the group presenting tonight, there will be a communication that goes out to the public sharing what our group here has presented to the board, where parents and community members will be getting that information. And I just want to thank all of you for presenting tonight and sharing your experiences, your candidness, not just the facts, but also feelings that you conveyed that are not just yours alone, but feelings of the task force. I will say that, you know, having 68 members on a committee is sometimes hard to manage, but they have done a remarkable job in every one of them in providing information and not only talking as subcommittees operating in silos, but connecting with the other subcommittees in their dialogue as they move forward. So I just want to thank you for all of your work and efforts, and other members that are here with us tonight that are also participating in the task force. Thank you for your efforts and work.
Thank you, Dr. Dunlap, and I'll give you guys take an Alka-Seltzer and digest all that. It's like drinking from a fire hose here, and echo those same thoughts and sentiments. I will also add that with 68 different opinions in that space, it was very professional and diplomatic. The emotions did not get the best of any one person, and so, you know, those pros and cons lists were very thoughtful and communicated effectively in a respectful manner for the greater good of the task force and the task at hand. So once again, thank you for the hard work, the candidness, and the vulnerabilities to make some tough decisions. Having sat in a couple of those meetings and talked about the concerns of no school south of 30 and what does Scott look like as an elementary school, and concerns from parents of elementary school students who could possibly, or the thought that they could go to a school with no playground and things of that nature. So a lot of hard work, but again, I think it's important that the public knows, and the folks who were not in the room, that this was professionally done and top notch by all those who participated. Since I've been a part of a good portion of these conversations, I'll yield some of my thoughts and questions to some of my colleagues who have not been a part of those conversations.
I'll jump in. They're not really questions. They're more things to consider. They're questions, but things to consider, take back to the task force. But before I do that, I'll just echo what Mr. Rohn said. Time is money. Your time is valued. So I think it goes without saying that greatly and significantly appreciate all the time that you guys have put into it, everybody. This is a huge decision that needs to be made, which whatever that decision ends up being. And no good decision is made without a lot of thought being put into it. So I appreciate that. The first question I have or consideration is, right, one of our overarching goals in going through this master facilities process is not just analyzing the facilities that we have, make sure we're maximizing, make sure we're not over capacity, we're utilizing the space that we have, but also is to make our district more attractive to bring students into the district. Not necessarily coming from charters, right? That's a secondary approach, but when you move here, we want that family to be, or Coatesville to be, the school of choice, right? So one of the concerns that I have is we're eliminating 2 elementary schools. Right now we have 6 elementary schools. We would be reducing that. And in doing that, we likely run into a situation where we're increasing the capacity in each of those buildings. So let's say we accomplish our goal, right? Financial planning, it's you hope for the best, plan for the worst, right? You plan for every possible outcome. What happens if we do get kids back? In 5 years from now, are we now having a conversation about spending $50 million more to build another elementary school? Where does that elementary school get built, right? So the numbers we saw earlier of $160 million could very easily be north of $200 million in 5 years. So that's something to consider. Have we weighed that as we're going through this? Like, what happens if we get kids back, right? What happens if we change that trend? Where does that put us financially? What does our debt service look like at that point? right? Are we encroaching upon $450 million in debt service? The second thing is, and this is kind of a high level, I'll try and break it down the best that I can. What will our CapEx, or our capital expenditure contributions, be from anticipated annual revenues from the options that we're considering that does not include tax-paying revenue, right? Increasing taxes for our taxpayers. So that could be things like when we're doing our cost analysis on the choices that are being presented. I heard earlier that there's some other choices that aren't here that are being considered or discussed, right? Preliminary discussion perspectives. In those discussions, when you're doing your cost analysis, what are the savings? What's the money that comes back from that, right? Is it, I hate to use the term, but right, reducing staff, right? You consolidate buildings. Ultimately, what you're doing is you're reducing staff. What are the annual savings for that? It's great to see the pros and cons, but let's look at it a level deeper, right? Let's peel that level of the onion back, and what is the cost analysis at? Here's our anticipated annual savings. There's things called AOP, or annual operating cost, your annual operating plan. Those are your annual operating costs for each facility. What is the backfill of that money coming back to the district by making said decisions, right? In making decision A, it will save the district $17 million annually. Then we can look at it up here from a perspective of, okay, well, that's $17 million that we have to play with on an annual basis that can offset tax-paying dollars, right? So maybe that $160 million, if that's the ultimate choice, that's not 100% falling on the burdens of us as taxpayers, right? There may be other ways that we can offset that particular expense. Next question or consideration is, part of what we're doing is also a marketing plan, right? We're marketing to keep families here, bring families back. And in doing that, I would ask you to ask yourself this question. Your family that moves into East Fallowfield. I represent Region 3, so this is near and dear to my heart. Your family that moves into East Fallowfield. You're making a decision on where you're going to send your child. There's no neighborhood school down the street. You now have to make a decision, do I want my child to go to a centralized school somewhere else within the district that may be a much longer commute, or do I want my child to go to Avon Grove Charter or Collegium Charter School or another charter school of choice, right? And I'll be honest with you, I'm fully transparent. I'm in that situation now. For religious reasons, my children go to a Catholic school. Next year, they will be going to East Fallowfield Elementary School. I'm nervous that in 2 or 3 years, my children might be going to a different school. So I have a level of personal investment in this as well. And my last consideration is, it ties into what I said initially. What are we doing to offset the potential, without building a new elementary school, if those elementary schools become crowded? What options are we considering? Is it not necessarily building a new elementary school, is it expanding upon existing facilities, right? That's a renovation project. That needs to be considered in your annual cost, your cost expectations. I still don't see anything that addresses schools like Dr. Miles at Kings Highway. Kings Highway needs some work, right? Kings Highway needs some better curb appeal, right? Reeseville has some issues as well. Those are 2 of your remaining elementary schools that need some work, right? One of the options allocated some funds towards renovations, but not all of them did. So as we continue down that pathway, let's not forget about some of the existing schools that we need to give a little TLC to, right? So those are just things I'd ask, just take back, consider in your discussions for what it is. Those are things that I'm looking at as a board member. So in a couple months when you're coming to us with a recommendation, those are the things that I'm considering as a board member going forward to make sure that we're fully investing in a decision that has short and long-term benefits. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Dunlap?
Yeah, Mr. Finkbeiner, just a couple things with that. With the predictive enrollment that the board permitted us to purchase, we're able to forecast not only our current populations down the road and into the future, but we're also able to look at future developments that are coming about with averages of families for family-sized homes or 55 plus. And so we're able to garner those numbers a lot better through this system. The other piece to that is your concern about addressing or offsetting costs. We're trying to take that into account as well. For example, just in Valley Township, where you have a number of 55 plus homes going in, That's going to yield the district close to $5 million just in some of those developments. So we are taking those things into account. And just like we're setting the stage for the board to help us make some decisions about numbers, we also want to be able to give you some numbers back to say that these are some costs that can be anticipated where there's growth and tax increase, that the board may decide to utilize that to offset some of those other costs.
So a couple comments also. First and foremost, all the kudos that have been put out this evening by my colleagues, the same, and thank you all. Here's what we know. We got schools that are falling down. We got, and Mr. Finkbeiner, I'm going to say a lot of the same things. I'll try not to be redundant, but I believe a lot of the same things that you just said. There are students who will get up tomorrow and go to Kings Highway Elementary School and either have a space heater in their room or no heat at all. That's not the fault of our administration. That's not the fault of Dr. Miles. That's not a fault of our facilities manager, Dr. Pelican, or Mr. Pelican. All right, it's just a fact. It's a fact. I've made it publicly known several times sitting up here on this stage. It breaks my heart to see what some of our elementary kids have to go to school every day. I go out to East Fallowfield and I see Miss Willis, and she's running around and running a tight ship, and kids are learning and things are being done, and her school is clean, but it's falling down around her. So we know that that has to happen. Somehow, some way, something has to happen. Whereas Dr. Dunlap said earlier, we're not going to have schools to send our kids to. That's the point where we are. Our task as a board, and Dr. Dunlap mentioned this earlier this evening, is, as everybody has said, all the time and effort that these people have put in. We've got to give them some kind of idea financially of where we think they are and what they can do. And I'm happy to hear there are other options, because there are no right options. And there are going to be people that are not going to be happy. And that's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. Anytime you look at redistricting, anytime you look at closing buildings, and I can't agree with Mr. Finkbeiner and what was said by the ladies earlier, having a neighborhood school is an attraction to stay in this school district. And I've made it known, again, on this stage, I'm only one vote, but I'm going to have a real hard time agreeing to anything that does not have a school south of Route 30. But as a board, we need to make some decisions, some hard decisions, and the first one has to be, as this task force continues on, we've got to give them some idea of what kind of money they have to look at with their options. And I'm glad to hear that there's discussion about other options than just the three that we saw tonight. So we've got some work to do. It's got to start with the Finance Committee, and we've got to put our heads together, and we've got to decide what we can afford and what we can afford to give this committee to work with. And then once that's done, we look forward to more of your presentations. But again, I'm greatly appreciative of all your hard work.
If I may, I would like to take, and say that, we thank you for listening to this. We want to, make everyone understand, that this is not a wish list. This is a need list, okay? So this isn't, us saying, hey, we want this, we want that. We'd like, this is something that this district absolutely needs. And we have worked very, very hard. We had options, and again, as we said, there's still more options on the table. These are very difficult decisions. I mean, this is not easy. The schools are certainly in the shape that they're in and need work, drastically. So we just wanted to make sure that that's what we're looking at, is that it is a needs list. not a wish list.
And I'll speak to it as a building principal, you know, coming back after winter break, actually getting a call from Dan the day after Christmas at 6:45 a.m. To tell me that there's flooded rooms and there's no heat in classrooms and so forth. You know, when I got up to the buildings and was standing in a classroom, you know, looking at my air come out of my mouth, you know, it was a tough call, and I immediately started to plan to see what am I going to do to get the kids into other classrooms, and I have to come up with a plan for this, and to have to move 2 classrooms into the gym, you know, you make it happen. I love to see clean floors and clean rooms and all of that, but this is learning, and we want to optimize learning to the fullest. But to have kids in a classroom to sit in their coats, you know, if they need to, and to be cold, I don't want to sit in a cold place, you know. And so to have that, it's very disheartening, you know. And I just give kudos to my teachers and staff for making it work and doing everything they possibly can to make sure that the classrooms are conducive to learning each and every day. I'm going to tell you, I mean, these unanticipated things are going to continue to happen if we don't do something about this. So we really, I mean, I implore you to make the right decision on what we need to do moving forward, because we don't know when that last day might come where it really does fall down. It's not just a cliche, but things really do start falling down.
If I may, because I heard a lot during your presentation, the concerns about the length of time with transportation to the schools, like an hour or so on buses or something like that. I guess one, what is the situation with transportation compared to the beginning of the year? And is that something that can be factored in to these meetings to try to work out for the master facilities plans, you know, transportation, logistics, and so forth, so that it doesn't feel like it has to be an hour bus ride for some kids?
So, Mrs., I will tell you that I literally just drew a blank on her name. Allison. Is a task force member. Yeah, and so that is where that's not something that was just kind of thrown out. She is a part of the task force and providing that input to those numbers that were delivered.
And that's given current transportation needs. Okay, but it's based on current transportation availability, like what we have currently. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's what okay.
Correct.
And is there still a driver shortage?
Just to pinpoint the data, when we're looking at these, because just suppose the board said, do this right now, any of these options. It's going to take, it's a 3-year process, right? So to be succinct with the numbers through predictive enrollment, you know, we're looking at grades, you know, 5, 4, and 3, of what that's going to look like over the next 3 years. So that's the data that Allison is looking at, so that we know what those numbers are and what we're dealing with and what we would consider to be real time for that to happen.
So, Mr. Russ, to answer your last question, the formula is basically the number of students, the number of buses, and the time to the location. Any variable outside of that would just further add to that time. So your last statement was that does that account for bus driver shortages? If there's a bus driver shortage, that's going to further put that number out. So it's simply the number of buses for the number of students to the location in a perfect world.
I have one question. You know, a lot of students are coming into the country
up outside with 1,000 students in it, non-English speaking students. Have you talked to Brenda George about a new plan or a newcomer's plan? Taking that into consideration, because that would throw you right out of the water. You're not ready for it. And you hit it on the head when you said, get these students involved, athletics, and more things like that. There's no pictures of kids around the hall giving them esprit de corps. You parents should start everything you do. Make sure these kids start getting recognized. Make them feel a part of this place. Then they won't destroy it. That's one of the problems. Kids think like kids. And if we don't start dealing with them on that level, we're going to always be behind. But I asked last night in the meeting, do we think that some of those students may show up here? And the answer was, I don't know, but it could be. What are we going to do? Okay? And I applaud you guys and bring the rest of you here. The parents, get involved. We need you. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't see any. Once again, thank you for the numerous amount of, at least I know the hours that the task force is meeting, but I'm sure that there are individual hours tied into follow-up from the task force meeting and thinking about what is talked about from the meeting and taking notes and digesting that and coming back. So I can't say thank you enough. And to Dan's point, this is, I would even call it, I think we're past a need. I think we're in, I would call it a crisis. We are in crisis, and something's got to give, or it's gonna be a serious problem. You have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak really briefly, Andy, to your points. We're looking at C1, C2, and C3, and we don't have a whole lot of information, but a lot of, hopefully, those include the thought of perhaps a new elementary school or refurbishing one that we currently have. Again, we don't have any information on that yet because Schrader has been tasked with that, and then will come back to us. With regard to the savings analysis, some of that information was included in the original presentation back in July that Schrader did. So for example, the option that I presented to you with closing the 3 schools would be a cost savings of between $2 and $3 million a year with regard to the building, and then another $893,000 with regard to staffing. So I would have to go back and look and see if the rest of the information is in there. But again, that's just a tiny bit. And then with regard to East Fallowfield, because you have some East Fallowfield parents sitting in front of you, we know that community schools, and not just East Fallowfield, but schools anchor a community. And so we're really trying to see what we can make work. So just to acknowledge those points, they've definitely been part of the conversation, a heavy part of the conversation.
Yes, they have.
Yes.
So just like we laid the groundwork for the task force to start, following up at this point in time, we've already met to start to lay the groundwork. And even though Teresa says, she doesn't know what those options are, they are being developed. And for those of you that don't know, she's been here with us all night, is Danny Hoffer from the Schrader Group. And I know she's been taking notes down there to add to these options that the task force has brought forth. And we will be discussing those, the same process that we've used for these 3 options, to be able to then further that dialogue to come back with another update and solidify our recommendations at May.
Dr. Dunlap, I just have a follow-up. So when we get to the community feedback engagement piece, will that be done through survey, or will that be done through some sort of, are we sending it out? Is it on the website? And maybe there's not an answer right now, and that's fine, but food for thought.
Beth Trapani, our communications specialist, has been at every one of these meetings.
Yep.
There's a document that'll be coming out tomorrow that she prepared with the help of the task force that'll be going to all families. While we were sitting here tonight, a couple members were actually helping her edit that. And so that'll be done, ready to go, and we'll update the community in this method. And then the same thing, there's going to be information that goes out, and then she's actually preparing some ways for us to gather feedback from the community to bring back to the task force and bring back to the board.
Perfect. Mr. Rowan, if I can just, Teresa, if I may, just a response to, I think you're on the right track. I think the task force, generally speaking, is going in the right direction. And I applaud the progress. I think one thing to always remember, you can ask any realtor, 40% of a home sale is schools. Thank you.
Did you say you're now thinking about a new elementary school that's on the new little list? That's yet to be developed and talked about? Well, that's a good thought. Because that's where my thought was as you were kindly going through all the options, saying, Philly. Yes. I can validate that. So we got the two creative ladies there. Good for you.
Well, hopefully somebody will be a Mega Millions winner, and we'll have a we'll accept and approve a donation.
Good job. Good job.
Any other further questions? I would like to take this time to publicly thank the Facilities Master Planning Committee members and the hard work that they have been doing. I would additionally like to thank Dr. Dunlop for his spearheading and outstanding leadership throughout this entire process. As he stated, 68 people in a committee is a large committee. I'd like to also thank the Schrader Group and ICS for all the work they've been doing with us and understanding, the importance of all these decisions and working with us to go back to the drawing board and put these, things together so that we can review them to see how they actually work. So thank you.
Very well done, Dan. Thank you. All right, next up will be the technology update. This should be the one time it all works.
Getting ready to come down. Board members, you have a one-page document in front of you. The public will be able to see this as the presentation goes. This is a Gantt chart off of the Reich project management system that you allowed us to purchase. So you'll be able to see the collection and distribution of how this next process is going to work. Also, just on a side note, once the comprehensive plan is approved by the board, we've already started to implement this, but once it's approved, that entire comprehensive plan will be loaded into Reich, and the district will be able to manage all of those projects associated with the comprehensive plan over the next 3 years. So we're finally here tonight to be able to talk about the Chromebook handbook, the distribution and collection of Chromebooks over a period of time here. This is long awaited. I will say that over time there have been a number of reasons why it has taken us to get here. Back in November, when we prepped with our committee in operations and we presented, we were instructed to make sure that we had everything in line before we brought it back to the board and the public. And it has taken us some time to do that. You will see in the presentation tonight, there were things that had to come before the board, and even so tonight, we had to make sure that we had insurance for these Chromebooks because we couldn't distribute them without insurance. And so that was part of the process. We had to make sure that we had a firm count of what had to be collected, what had to be distributed, and then what has to be redistributed. We needed to make sure that the Chromebook aligned to this process. We had to take a look at not only the sign-off for the Chromebook, because we are redistributing new Chromebooks. We also had to take a look at our policy 224, which is care of school property and student obligations. And you will see that that is also reflected in the Chromebook handbook. There is also a communication that is going to go out. Board members are privileged to that communication in your executive content on board docs. You can refer to that while John and I are speaking. There is also another communication that is going to go out tomorrow, and it is that letter that is in your executive section in board docs. We were able to get the Chromebook handbook in order and be able to address a number of different things. John is also in the presentation going to give you a short summary of an update from the technology department. So John and Nick, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I will be jumping in according to the slides that come up.
Thank you, Dr. Dunlap. So as Dr. Dunlap mentioned, the brief department update. Some of the things we've been working on outside of Chromebooks, which is obviously taking up a lot of our time, but we are doing a network and system audit. We want to see, as we walk into the new budget year, what are the red flags, what are the orange flags, and what are the green flags. So we want to know what we have in front of us and what needs to be replaced, what we limp along, and basically what we have. We've also built out the API for the Canvas integration. That's allowing eSchool to speak with all the other applications it works with. We were initially doing that through SQL databases, and it was a little bit clunky and a little bit, so this is a lot cleaner. We mentioned predictive enrollment, Traversa and SIS. Traversa is the bus route scheduling system that Allison is using. SIS is student information system. We talked a little bit about predictive enrollment and the master facilities planning. Those are some of the things that we've been working on and making sure they're up and running. Been talking to a lot of vendors about laptop refresh for our teachers. We're overdue for laptop refresh for our faculty. Camera security is also another big, it's a big ticket item, but we've been dealing with 3 or 4 vendors now, going out and seeing demos. We've had some cameras brought to site, looking at, working with Chief Galbraith and putting together what we're going to need for this camera security. We also have a lot of assets that we could potentially recycle and replace. We've been talking to vendors about coming in and taking these assets off of our hands. Allow for storage. They will give us money for them. If they're in relatively working condition. So something we've been doing. Looking at the Wi-Fi, our Wi-Fi system is older. We want to make sure it obviously stays up because it's important, obviously, for the kids to have internet within the schools. So we want to make sure that Wi-Fi is strong and serviceable. And lastly, the CCIU audit was completed in January. We're still waiting the results of those to see what we need to work on and where we stand. And now going into the Chromebook update. So the overall status. The last update we had 1,500 Chromebooks. We do have them obviously in stock. We have them inventoried. We have them imaged. We have them assigned to students. and we're awaiting approval and insurance, and that hopefully will happen tonight, and we'll be able ready to go for distribution. The actual distribution will begin on the 12th, obviously if approved, and it will go through the 8th. At that time, everybody within the district will have a Chromebook. We're also, while we're doing this, we're working on the repair process. We understand that the repair process has been a longer process. We just changed vendors in mid-November. We're working with that vendor. We want to bring that repair time down to 14 to 20 days as opposed to the over 30 days it's happening. We figure 7 days within, and they're pretty receptive to that. We think they're working with us on that. With those 1,500 Chromebooks, it should be said that we will have ample Chromebooks in stock for loaners. So those kids that do put their Chromebooks in repair will have a loaner, once we're all distributed. So there have been some changes in the Chromebook procedure. Traditionally, the kids were getting the Chromebooks beginning of the year and returning them at the end of the year. We're not going to do that. The kids are going to keep the Chromebooks for either the life of the Chromebook, if they graduate, or if they leave the district. Okay. We're going to deploy new Chromebooks in 3rd, 6th, and 9th grades. And as mentioned, those kids will keep those Chromebooks, all the way through until they either get another one in 6th grade, another one in 9th grade, or they graduate and return it, or leave the district, as mentioned. We do have a number of mobile hotspots. They're, if you're unfamiliar with what a mobile hotspot is, it's basically a plug-in internet. And so anybody who does not have internet at home can, basically contact the IT department, and we'll get them a mobile hotspot, plug it into a regular outlet, and you're magically on the internet. We are changing. We are changing the accountability, and we're putting that in accordance with the school board policy around financial obligations. We've had issues in the past with the destruction of some of the property, not payment of TIFs, that type of thing. So we are going to follow board policy 224. The devices, whether they be a mobile hotspot, the Chromebook itself, or the charger, along with the TIF, will be held in accountability. And as Dr. Dunlap mentioned, the one-to-one handbook is rewritten with some of these changes in there. Well, all the changes are in there, but so it will need to be re-signed by all the parents and students. So we're working the process. Sure.
purchased through the grant, and the work that we're doing, there will be some extra Chromebooks that we'll be able to put in classrooms to use. Can you talk about that, John?
Sure. The idea was to basically have 4 or 5 Chromebooks per classroom. So if there are, the teachers need spares, they can obviously use them. we're talking about, depending on how many serviceable Chromebooks we get back and what condition they are, we're talking about getting the cart system back in order too. So we have to take, I guess, account of what stock comes back, you know, and what condition it's in, and get it out to repair, come back, and we'll see if we can restock those carts up so that each school will have a cart of Chromebooks to use either for testing or for, you know, special projects, whatever they would be. Yep.
We go to the
Next slide.
and go through the distribution.
Yeah, sure. So this is the distribution. As I mentioned, it's going to start on the 12th, you know, provided approvals is granted. It begins in the 9th grade. So the 9th grade, we're going to start on our schedule, basically. 3rd, 6th, and 9th graders are going to get new Chromebooks. To get everybody a Chromebook, we obviously need to take some back in. So what we're going to do is swap all of the Chromebooks out from the 9th grade, beginning on the 12th. It's going to be a 3-day process. We're working with Mr. Maloney from the, you know, the 9th grade center, just to we work through the schedule. So we're going to have you know, different classes come in, different points during the time. We have the Chromebooks basically broken out by classroom. Quick swap out in the library. We have our tagging guns, basically, that they're we can check them in and out of inventory, so we'll have a stronger inventory at the end of this. We'll take those Chromebooks that we collect from the 9th graders, and after they've gotten their new ones, we'll take a day. We're going to assess what we have, make sure what we have is in working order, you know, physically working, and we're going to start in the high school, going by grade, 3 days per each grade, alphabetically. After that's done, we'll then move to the 6th grade and then to the 3rd grade. That time, the 6th grade and 3rd grade all have, or should have Chromebooks, but we're going to, again, swap those out and begin our refreshment or replenishment process there.
If we get through this tonight and the board agrees to the procedures that were set forth here, we will be putting the communication out that I mentioned, plus we will be communicating individually from schools to parents of those students on which days they will be swapping out or receiving their Chromebooks.
If we have questions, do you want us to wait with questions or ask as they come up?
Do you have anything else to say? Yeah, I'll take questions, yeah.
Okay, so from this, is this year, this chart, like this is for in the immediate, this is not the plan for next year, this is the plan?
No, this is plan. I'm sorry, this is going to start,
So based on this chart, do I understand correctly that we have 12th graders that could potentially will not have a Chromebook until into February of their senior year?
no, that's the 12th grade. We have to go, the idea was to obviously get Chromebooks in the hands of the students. We don't have enough to go around right now. We don't want to give seniors a brand new Chromebook, because we'll just be returning it at the end. So we're basically we want to get into our schedule. So the 9th graders are going to get their Chromebooks. We're going to take those back. So I think if going by that, I can't even read the date on it, but it's the
January 22nd to the 28th. At the end of that week, we'll start the 12th grade A through I, and it will end lasting T through Z the week of February 5th.
that's our plan. Yeah.
So February is when we will be giving seniors their Chromebooks. So they will have them for 4 months of their year.
Yep. That is.
Okay, so that brings up a whole lot of questions for me about the TIP then. Are these families that are only going to have these devices for 4 months getting a prorated TIP?
There's no plan for that, and I didn't even give consideration for the TIF on those collection of TIF.
I'm also confused about the insurance. If the devices are new and we've had them, I don't know, how long have we had the 1,500 devices?
Approximately a month.
Okay, so.
A little bit longer, sorry.
If we've had them for 4 weeks, maybe a little, 4 to 6 weeks, we'll say, why are we waiting for insurance approval? Who are we getting that from? How long does that take? When did that process start? When is it expected to be over?
It's board approved. So basically, we've reached out to our vendor, IT Savvy. So all of our current Chromebooks are are insured by this company called IT Savvy. These 1,500 are new into it. We got them, and we're waiting for the approval of the board to spend the money to add these into the fleet to be covered by insurance. So it is on the agenda for tonight to be approved.
I have a question. From the dates don't match from the hard copy to the digital copy. So my question is, which dates are we using?
I don't know what you mean.
The dates on the hard copy do not match the dates on the digital copy. So, for instance, on let's look at.
If you go by
10th grade, you're a day off.
If you go by, I can't read what's on the, it's too small for me to read what's on the screen.
Okay, so in 10th grade, on the digital copy, T through Z, you have 120. On the hard copy, you have 123. I'm just asking which dates are the active
and if you look at the copy, and again, I can't read it, but when it begins in the 9th grade, there's one. The first copy has the distribution going on the 16th of January, which is a holiday. The kids won't be in school. So we had to change it, and that's why there's probably two. So the one with the 17th as the last day of freshmen receiving Chromebooks is the correct copy.
So it's
the copy, the paper copy then.
The paper copy is correct.
And this is what's reflected in the letter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just trying to.
Yeah, my apologies for that. I did.
Clarity as to what is accurate. Go ahead.
For the reflection of some of the devices that are currently out there, do you have any process for identifying which students have two devices?
No, I mean, we do have an inventory database. In that inventory database, there are, well, I'll back that up. A student could have two devices if they have a device in repair and a device, a loaner device. Barring that, in our inventory database, we have a one-to-one relationship with student per device.
So I can tell you firsthand.
I know, we understand what's going on, and this has been part of the problem we've had with, the Chromebook situation. The inventory was not where it needed to be, and this is what we're trying to clean up with our moving forward.
Okay, and do you have detailed, written out plans and practices that you have in place for next year to assure this does not ever happen again? Because I gotta tell you, as a parent, having any student not have a device until midway through February is absolutely unacceptable.
The way the grant was written, and again, this is going back to, prior to actually Nick or I being here. The way the grant was written, I think there were lessons learned there. I don't want to rehash it, but yes, they're in place, and we know that when we know our schedule and when we have to get these new 1,500 to replenish the stock we have, is that order is going to be placed in probably March, April of this year.
I mean for collection and redistribution.
Well, we're not.
My point is, we will have some students in September that don't have devices for whatever reason, whether they're new to the district, whether they're new, whatever the case may be.
Right.
Do you guys have a written process that you will follow or can reference back to so that new students are not waiting 6 months out of the school year?
We'll have approximately 750 extra Chromebooks going into September. If we have that many, new students, then the marketing plan has worked. So.
Nick or John, can you just explain to the board, there was a question that came up about security, like if there's, which prohibits students to go to certain things, but if there is a violation, how do you get, what's the process for that? How are you notified?
What, like going to a website or something? That within the school, it's done at a network level. It's not done on a device level. So there are certain websites sites, URLs that you can't access. You know, so whether you bring a personal device in or whether you bring a Chromebook in, they're shut off at the firewall level.
Okay. All right, so I think that's different. That's good, but I think that's different than mine. So I just want to raise the question. So we're not using like a Securely or some other software that monitors. So for instance, Securely, if I Google search how to kill myself, it will red flag that search. It will send it to whoever's listed in the chain of command for whatever building. So it would go to that administrator, a counselor, whoever, that student Brandon Road, Google search X, Y, and Z. So that's, Securely is one of many internet monitoring softwares that are out there. Are we using something of that type?
Yes, yes we are. I do not remember the exact name off the top of my head right now, but we do have something in place to monitor that as well.
Thank you. And do we have it routed to building administrators so that they can pull that student immediately? Or is that only coming to your office and then you have to notify the administrator?
I believe as of now it is only coming to our office, but I'll have to confirm that. I can't give a definite answer.
I'm sorry, repeat the last, it got kind of...
I cannot give a definite answer as to that, but as right now I believe that it is only going to our office.
Okay. Then Dr. Dunlap, what I would ask is that if that is in fact the case, that we also route that notification to the building principal so that if a student is, you know, whatever that is inappropriate or cautionary, right? And obviously it's not about, you know, snooping, right? But if we could help a kid in crisis who is Google searching how to do certain things, and we can intervene a lot faster, that's going to be a more proactive response versus waiting for the 911 call. So I would ask that the appropriate, you know, whatever the building is, that administration and guidance counselors be aware of those type of Google searches so that interventions can happen quickly, immediately.
Understood, yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, is that the end of the presentation? You have more
Yes, it
slides?
is. Any questions? Any other questions?
When is the follow-up to, I would like to see a update at every meeting leading through this timeline so that we constantly are aware of where we are from a progress standpoint. If any hiccups come into play, things that were not thought of, out of the box kind of things, so that we're not getting to the end of this and realizing that there is a problem in the middle somewhere.
Okay. Yep, makes sense.
What we can do is at the end on in section 5 of the operations committee, we have information update kind of as to where we are right now.
Yep.
We can add this information to that ongoing.
Great. All right.
Are we, just for the board, are we good to distribute on the 12th?
I don't see why not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to agenda items. Number 4A, the IT Savvy LLC 1500 Chromebook warranty / damage / loss and theft coverage. Let me get the language up here. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the IT Savvy LLC quote for a 4-year Chrome Care warranty with accidental damage protection with loss and theft coverage for 1,500 units in the amount of $163,500 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I'll second it. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. 4B, Chromebook Student Handbook. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the Chromebook Student One-to-One Device Initiative Handbook as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Letter C, Devlin Enterprises Scott Middle School's stage floor repair. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the Devlin Enterprise quote in the amount of $27,075 for a repair and installation of new flooring for the stage that was damaged during the December 2022 flood. This amount will be fully covered through our property insurance as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Any questions, comments, or concerns? Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yeah, and yes. Thank you. And letter D, moving on to the Cooney Coil and Energy Scott Middle School Stage Air Handler Repairs. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the Cooney Coil and Energy quote in the amount of $34,310 for 2 new coils for a Scott Auditorium air handler that was damaged during the recent extreme cold temperatures during the winter break. This amount will be fully covered through our property insurance as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Any questions, comments, and or concerns? Oh, Mr. Pellinger left. Okay, never mind. Oh, hey, how you are? Do we, obviously with delays on getting materials, do we have a expected, let me rephrase the question. Were we told that materials would be delayed for any reasons? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I figured I'd ask. I assumed that would be the case, but I was playing for the worst, hoping for the best. Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
And yes. Informational, the technology inventory update is available. And so any old business? Any new business? Public comment, Ms. Walker. You're getting pretty good at this.
My comment had to do with soliciting information via the survey with regard to the master facilities plan. And I don't know if this is something that we already do. I know that some other communications are sent out, both in English and Spanish, but making sure that we send that out in Spanish as well, just, if it was going out shortly, and wanting to make sure that that was happening.
It won't go out shortly. It'll go out after, so they'll get an update tomorrow. And then when we come back to present back to the board all these new options, now there'll be a collective.
Perfect.
But the committee will be able to review that, and Beth will be leading the committee through that, so you'll be able to see the questions and things that we're looking for.
Okay, perfect. As long as it can be translated.
Yep, we can bring it up there.
Cool, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, our next meeting is Tuesday, February 14th, 2023, and I will adjourn the Operations Committee meeting at 9:56.
I'd like to call to order the Policy Committee meeting. Up first is the approval of the minutes. Recommended action approval of the November 8th, 2022 Policy Committee meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Is Mary still on? She said yes. Okay. I can't hear her. Did she motion? I know, but I need a second. She did. Okay. That's okay. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Call for the vote. Yes.
Yes. Can't hear. Moving on to agenda item item A. Recommended action is that the Board of School Directors review and approve the policy 311 suspension furloughs as presented, and if approved, to move forward that the agenda item be placed on the agenda of the January 10th, 2023 board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Letter B, policy 609, investment of district funds. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the policy 609, investment of district funds as presented, and if approved, to move forward that the agenda item be placed on the agenda of the January 10th, 2023 board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the vote.
Before we call for the vote, can we do a discussion?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So policy 609 is new. The previous policy is just being reviewed. There's no changes to that for 311. 609 is a brand-new policy on investing funds. The one thing that the board needs to be aware of, actually two things in this policy, like you appoint certain positions out of the business office, annually, every July, you'll have to appoint an investment officer in the district, which will oversee the district investments and also report out. And you'll see in section 2.6, there are things that have to be done and reported on monthly if the district decides to do a borrow and invest funds. Those steps are outlined there in section 2.6. I just wanted to make the board aware of that, and that's something that will be on your file for every July, that you would have to appoint an investment officer.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Letter C, policy 620, fund balance. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors review and approve the policy 620 fund balance as presented, and if approved, to move forward that the agenda item be placed on the agenda of the January 10th, 2023 board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Did you want to say anything?
Yes, please. So the 620 fund balance is revised, and in light of us being able to come out with some sort of positive fund balance, thought it was important to jump to this policy now as we go through with our budget. And this is guidance out of this policy on how to maintain our fund balance going forward. So this policy is important to take a look at right now.
Thank you. Call
It's
for
just revised, that's all.
Sorry. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Letter D, policy 709, building security. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors review and approve the policy 709, building security as presented, and if approved, to move forward that the agenda item be placed on the agenda of the January 10th, 2023 board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Call for the, did you want to say anything?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So 709, building security is revised. If you pay attention and move to section K, lowercase letter I, in blue, this is where the safety, building security policy talks about the use of walk-through weapons detection systems at any school in the district. Just want to say that we are starting this, or deploying the weapons detection system on the campus. We updated this, and there'll be an AR that I'll address later.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Letter E, policy 915, booster club. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors review and approve the policy 915 booster clubs as presented, and if approved, to move forward that the agenda item be placed on the agenda of the January 10th, 2023 board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
So discussion on this is, we had a situation where some coaches were looking to run some camps over the holiday break, and then at the same time, booster clubs were trying to raise some funds. Before booster clubs can raise funds for students and utilize, maybe say, the concession stand or things like that, they have to be approved. And so we went all the way back to '93 to try to find out what booster clubs were approved and which clubs weren't. For a club to act, they have to be officially approved by the school board. And then once they are approved by the school board, they have to select officers and they have to have a set of bylaws that they operate under. It was very difficult, and some of our teams and activities were losing out because we were not following this policy, and it was very hard. And you'll see in the next agenda item how we're going to address this. So all we're doing with this policy is just reviewing it, and then we'll talk about the next action item. Thank you.
Sure. Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes. Letter F, approval of Coatesville Area Senior High School Booster Club organizations. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the Coatesville Area Senior High School Booster Club organizations as presented, and if approved, to move forward with the agenda item be placed on the agenda of the January 10th, 2023 board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
So to make this easy, what we decided to do was bring forth every activity and have the board approve, and you'll see which ones have been approved or are looking to go for reapproval moving forward. So we have a list of all the activities and all the athletic teams. We're asking the board to approve these before they can become operational. Within the policy, as I stated, they have to have a set of bylaws. You'll see that in the AR that was created. And they have to have a set of officers that are elected. They also have to produce an annual financial report at the end of every year to the business office. And so working with our athletic director, activities director, make sure that these things happen going forward. So we're asking the board to do an approval of all these activities so that these folks can move forward and be able to help raise funds to support the activities and athletic programs.
Thank you. Call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes. Agenda item 5 is informational items with the ARs that are attached to the policies. Dr. Dunlap, did you want to say anything about these?
I do, thank you. So I just want to focus on 2 items tonight. ARs. One is letter B, 709 AR0, use of metal weapons detection system. This AR explains how the system works and how people will access the system. Before anything goes out, we're just approving the policy in the AR tonight. The systems, we do not have the systems as of yet. Once we do, we have a training. We need to also send out communication. We also want to test the system. And so we have some opportunity to do some things with at some athletic events. So we are meeting to do that, but prior to this even being put into place, we would give the community information as to what date that would start, and then do some backwards planning to prepare the community, prepare our staff, and prepare the students. The campus administrators will be talking with the students about this as well. So that this isn't a shock, even though we've been talking about this for a while. So that AR explains the process. And then, as I mentioned in regards to policy in the agenda items, policy 915 with booster clubs, and you moving forward the approval of those organizations. 915 AR0 is the Booster Club Bylaws AR, which is a boilerplate template for all booster clubs to work from going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no old business, no new business. We have public comment. Robin Seagraves.
I'm tired. Happy New Year. It's been a while. This might be a little off topic, but I've been to lots of different places and been to their school board meetings. I guess that's what I think is fun. But like Downingtown, I've been to some Westchesters, and we're the only school board, and then I did research, that does committee meetings and then always has a special board meeting afterward. So it's like you poor people spend so much time working for nothing. I mean, not for nothing, for the community, the kids, but no money. Like, why do you do this to yourselves and to us? And it also leaves no opportunity for anyone to digest the conversations that are happening on committee meetings, which is what I really appreciated when I went to those other places. There was real conversation happening about everything they talked about in committees. And then you could digest it, think about it, think of your questions, and then when the vote came, it's a week later. It's just something to think about moving forward. I don't know why we do it this way. I get it if something, emergent happens and you have to do it, but we always move every single thing from our committee meeting right onto our special board meeting. That's not why I'm here, and I probably used up my 3 minutes blabbing about that. I'm here about the Booster Club stuff as my history. I've been on many boards for boosters. If not on the board, I've been very actively participant in them. And it's more, not the policy itself, but this boilerplate. I have a lot of concerns just because each one I've been on has operated so very differently from the others based on how many participants there are, what type of people you have. Some you can't beg anyone to be on the board. One of the recommendations here is they have to have 4 people. Well, who's the tiebreaker? If those 4 people, 2 agree, 2 don't agree, where's the deciding vote? Some of our boards, booster clubs, have memberships that you pay for. Some don't, because that seems to what works for that particular community. And as a booster club president, right now I'm a treasurer. I've been a president before. Nobody asked any of us. And so a lot of people on booster clubs now have been concerned with a lot of the information that's been kicked around, and we haven't been really given any clear definition as to why there is such a reach for authority over school boards and why you're demanding they have a 501c3 when they don't legally have to. They can just be nonprofits. So that costs money, and it's so limiting all of these policies for what, like $6,000 in a bank account to help kids? So I'd love there to be some consultation before these rules are put into place on a boilerplate, because most of us have already filed with the IRS. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, February 14th, 2023, and I will ask for adjournment 10:10.
Good evening, good morning, good evening. I'd like to call to order the Coatesville School District Special School Board meeting for Tuesday, January 10th, 2023. Agenda item 1B, reading of the mission statement. The mission of Coatesville School District, rich in diversity and committed to excellence, is to create innovative educational experiences which are funded by the taxpayers, supported by the community, delivered by dedicated teachers and administrators to ensure all students will become responsible, contributing global citizens. Agenda item 1C, by notice of the President, board members are advised that all votes shall be regarded as roll call votes. The minutes should also note that public notice was given for this meeting in accordance with Act 93 of 1998, Section 1. School board meetings shall proceed in accordance with school board policy. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Rob Fisher.
Here.
Brandon Roan.
Here.
Carvel Brown.
Here.
Holly Charette.
Here.
Andrew Pinkfiner.
Here.
Becky Harlan. Mary Ann Harris. Amelia Mills.
Here.
Jennifer Schott.
Here.
Agenda item number 2. Are there any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda this evening? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item number 3, public comment on agenda items. All right, we'll save that. Agenda item number 4, motions for missing on the screen, so at this point in time, I will just read that the Board of School Directors approve the consent agenda items. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Very quickly, for removal from consent agenda this evening, I would like to remove from Finance Committee agenda items A and E. And under Education, I would like to remove agenda items D, K, and L. Are there any other items to be removed from consent agenda this evening? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jennifer Schott?
Yes.
Brandon Rowe?
Yes.
Andrew Finkbeiner?
Yes.
Rob Fisher?
Yes.
Becky Harlan? Yes. Holly Sherrill?
Yes.
Mary Ann Harris? Amelia Mills?
Yes.
Carvel Brown?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Ms. Mills, Finance Committee.
A, financial statements. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the financial statements, bills, payables as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Becky Harlan? Yes. Carvel Brown?
Yes.
Amelia Mills?
Yes.
Mary Ann Harris? Rob Fisher?
Yes.
Andrew Finkbeiner?
Yes.
Jennifer Schott?
Yes.
Brandon Rowe?
Yes.
Holly Sherrill?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Under Education, D, dissertation request, Mary Ann.
Human
Oh,
Resources
I'm sorry, I
Report.
missed the Human Resources. Back to Finance. Sub E, Human Resource Report. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the resignations, appointments, new positions, leave of absence, transfers, change of status, and corrections as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Holly Sherrill?
Yes.
Rob Fisher?
Yes.
Carvel Brown?
Yes.
Andrew Finkbeiner?
Yes.
Brandon Rowe?
Yes.
Mary Ann Harris? Amelia Mills?
Yes.
Becky Harlan? Yes. Jennifer Schott?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Now moving on to Education, D, dissertation request, Mary Ann McAvoy. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the request to conduct research for Mary Ann McAvoy, education candidate at Drexel University, who is completing her dissertation entitled Understanding Pennsylvania's Alternate Education Needs, the Role of Trauma-Informed Education and Educator Perceptions of Safety as Presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Ms. Mills, under comments, I pulled this off so that there was some discussion about and some concerns about this item during the committee meeting, so I pulled it off for a roll call vote.
Thank you.
Andrew Finkbeiner?
No.
Mary Ann Harris? Brandon Rowe?
Yes.
Carvel Brown?
Yes.
Becky Harlan? No. Holly Sherrill?
No.
Rob Fisher?
Yes.
Jennifer Schott?
No.
Amelia Mills?
Yes.
Motion approved.
K, proposed expulsion 100006233. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the proposed expulsion for student 100006233 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Mary Ann Harris? Becky Harlan? Yes. Amelia Mills?
Yes.
Andrew Finkbeiner?
Yes.
Carvel Brown?
Yes.
Jennifer Schott?
Yes.
Holly Sherrill?
Yes.
Rob Fisher?
Yes.
Brandon Rowe?
Yes.
Motion approved.
L, proposed expulsion 100127701. Recommended action that the Board of School Directors approve the proposed expulsion for student 100127701 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Brandon Rowe?
Yes.
Becky Harlan? Yes. Rob Fisher?
Yes.
Andrew Finkbeiner?
Yes.
Jennifer Schott?
Yes.
Carvel Brown?
Yes.
Amelia Mills?
Yes.
Holly Sherrill?
Yes.
Mary Ann Harris? Motion approved.
Agenda item number 9A, public comment. I assume there is no public comment. informational items are listed there. Are there any board members' reports or any information needed for the full board? Very quickly, just a reminder that when we meet again on January 24th, that is a school board meeting that would, in the past, has started at 7 o'clock p.m. That time has been changed to 6 o'clock p.m. Any other comments or informational items? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion for adjournment.
Second.
We will adjourn at 10:19.